Welcome on in. Hello, Jennifer. Hello, can you all hear me? Okay, let's just do a sound check really quick. Welcome on in, Jennifer. Welcome on in, Monique. Welcome in, Soul, Sun, Moon, Cosmic Energy, Mingali, Shiva, Jennifer, Blizz. Who else? Oh my goodness. Wisely. Welcome on in, Giggle Glamour. Welcome in, Brittany, Lynn. Welcome in, Roz. Welcome in, Corey. How are we all doing? Can you all hear me okay? Can you hear the music okay? How are y'all feeling? Let me know where you're checking in from. Welcome in, BB. Welcome in. Peace and love to you, Angelique. Ron F. Welcome on in. Greetings, Davina. Davina said, oh my goodness. Davina said, greetings, Ms.Blue and family. I just finished listening to the gratitude, the futuristic weekly report. Thank you so much. Gratitude. Boss Lady Dominique, welcome in. The music is low, but I can hear you. Okay. So we'll turn that music up just a little bit. It's almost over anyway. That's fine. Let's just pause this for a minute. Oh my goodness. Peace and greetings. Welcome on in, everyone. Woo, we have officially entered Taurus season. So happy born day to all the Tauruses in the building. Also, please let me know where you're checking in from, what city, what state, what country you're tuning in from. And also let me know how you're feeling. And if this is your very first time tuning in, or if you haven't tuned in a very long time, please let me know. Hey, Taylor, good to see you. Welcome on in. Wow, welcome on in. I decided to go ahead and come on. The weather has been really crazy for certain parts of the country, certain parts of the world. As you guys know, I currently live in Texas, and we've been having all kinds of weather, baby. We done went from hot to cold to hail to tornadoes to wind to all kinds of things. I think we're under some sort of thunderstorm watch and everything now. So, and it's to be expected this time of year. The seasons themselves. One of the things I talked about in my 2025 forecast is, this time has shifted. And I've been speaking about this for some years, but I'll talk about it now. It used to be, April showers bring May flowers. Like when I was growing up, I don't know how many of you have ever heard that, but, April was that month where we used to get a lot of rain and get a lot of sunlight. But, now, where we are, because we are truly not in the same location as we have always been in the cosmos. And because that is so very different, what happens is that time has shifted. So it's not April showers bringing May flowers. Literally, it has shifted. And you can see how the seasons themselves is not in sync with what we have understood the seasons to be. But don't worry, soon the rest of the world will catch up and realize that this order, this divine order, or what we would call this cosmic order on the planet of our seasons, that's sort of a thing of the past. We could very well be in a summer month and have a winter storm, or we could very well be in winter and have a summer shower. If you notice that there were certain places where there was times that the East Coast actually was warmer and didn't get as much snow as some of the other parts of the country that don't get snow at all. And so these times are changing because Earth is evolving. We are just as conscious as the planet that we live on. And Earth itself is no more conscious than we are, than the beings that reside on Earth at this given time. And so, as Earth is growing and evolving, and many of us are growing and evolving, Earth is growing and evolving as well too. So a lot of those things you will see, we will be in the summer month, but it may feel like we're in the winter season. I want to say welcome on in to Marie, Soul Full of Love. Welcome on into Attune to Chaos, and Goddess Rainwater is in the building. Good to see you, sis. Always good to see you. And I want to say welcome to everyone. Sheena is here. Welcome on in. Michelle D is in the building. Good to see you. The real Bridget B. Bridget B is in the building. Welcome on in, everyone. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Taurus, but I would be remiss if I did not give some shots out. So, first of all, shots out to all the galactic universal citizens in the building. Shouts out to all of you, the magic makers. Want to give a big shout out. I want to ring the bell. How do y'all like my background? Y'all let me know how y'all feel about that. Y'all see my bull? Y'all see my bull? He woke me up this morning. Did y'all see the constellation? How do y'all like how are you liking the virtual background there? But shouts out to self-invested, everyone who's been self-invested. Shouts out to the divine priestess as well. Thank you, Taylor. Taylor said, love it. Welcome in, Cosmic Love. Good to see you. Yeah, welcome to everyone in the building. So whether this is your very first time here, or if you've been here for a long time, Kevin Wise, welcome on in, and shouts out to Kevin Wise. Shouts out to you, brother, as well. And I want to say thank you all for your super chat donations, for your Cash App, all that good stuff, all the love, for your kind words, your emails, your thoughts. It touches my heart every time I get something. I don't get a chance to respond always, but know that I get a chance to read everything. I read everything that you guys send me and all of that. So I absolutely love it. But I want to give a shout out to everyone. And hey, Mega Miss Little is in the building. Welcome on in. So I wanted to come on really quick because I don't know what the weather is going to be looking like or what it's going to be doing physically in my space tomorrow. So I said, let's come on, let's chat about Taurus season. And then I'll take your questions. If some of you have some questions, I'll talk about that in a minute. I want to say welcome on into the Sage and everyone here. So we have officially, and if you see me looking down, I'm reading my notes a little bit here, but we have officially entered into Taurus season. Now we're in the month of May. For those of you who are part of the Futuristic Activation Collective, that Alchemy Collective, the weekly report is up. You definitely want to tap into that because I put some extra sparkles and extra magic in for the month of May. And I gave you your lucky alignment days as well as your step up days. And so, plus, you also have the Cloud Nine and you have your activation sheets as well with those dates on there from the futuristic class. Like, listen, don't sleep on all the tools that you get in this futuristic class. And I know it can be overwhelming because every week I send those recordings out, and you all are also getting the text messages, these alignments, these fresh downloads. Like, these are some She Dritspire downloads that are coming in, and I send them out to you guys as well. Plus, you also have the recordings to go back and listen to. Plus, you have the futuristic blueprint Cloud Nine packet to be working with on a day to day basis, and those activation dates and tools that are in that kit. So you have everything that you need to plan out this entire month. In fact, this entire year. And by the way, it is still time. People are still joining the futuristic activation class as well. So, the links are going to be in the bio as well. You can just look on the YouTube page here, and the links are in the bio, and you can still join. We still have many more months to go. We are, in the year, we have 12 months. So we still have like, what, 7 months to go? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 7 months to go for the rest of the year. And so all bets are still on as far as that goes. And then don't forget, I want to say this. I want to say thank you. Oops. Thank you to everyone who, I don't even know if y'all going to be able to see it. Thank you to everyone who purchased the Sky Quest, the 10-minute hypnotic session. Oh my goodness, the things that is already happening for those of you who are working with the Sky Quest. I am super, super, so grateful, so grateful, so grateful. And that's available for downloads. Remember, all the links are up above here in the YouTube channel. And all you have to do is click those links and you can actually tap in. So let's get those likes up. I just want to welcome you guys. Get those likes up. Welcome on in. The Alchemist Empress is in the building. Good to see you, sis. So I want to talk about, and Gold Leaf. Hey, Gold Leaf. I didn't see you slide on up in here, Gold Leaf. Um, so I want to say this. And by the way, let me say this. Today is Thursday. The one-on-one sessions this week, next level, baby. Everyone who's had their one-on-one visionary sessions with me this week, next level. Next level, and who had their oracle file reading, next level. So here we are. We are officially in Taurus season. So shouts out to all of my sun Tauruses in the building. Now, May, I want you to think of May like this. May is sacred honey. Sacred honey, very sacred honey. It's slow. May is going to move slow, but it's going to be intentional. And it's going to be rich. And I want you all to take this energy in to understand this, because this is the energy of embodiment. It's the energy of beauty. It's the energy of self-worth, and it's soulful, and it's security, because these are all the things that Taurus really brings in. This energy of Taurus is bringing this in and is lighting up this energy within inside of you. So we're not just talking astrology, but tonight or this morning, depending on where you are in the world, we're tuning into how the Earth's energy is vibrating in our lives, in our bodies, and our soul calling. You understand? Someone says, is it slower than April? Well, I want you to think about this in an energetic way. This is how it's going to be moving through your life. Now, how we see this energy move in real time, the outer world is going to be very fast. But when you begin to start tuning into this energy, you're going to see how it's vibrating in your life. In fact, there's a lot of energies, Pluto being that energy. Pluto is trying to slow you all the way down, slow you down. So it may feel like, and many of you seen the post, I woke up with that quote literally in my heart when I woke up the other day, and I hadn't put it out. And then I thought about it. I said, let me post this. For some of us, we're going to feel like this is a battle in our lives. It's a struggle. But if you understand it from more of a esoteric sort of kind of spiritual kind of science point of view, right? Then you're going to understand that it's slowing you down so that you can tap into the beauty, into the soulfulness, and really connect with your self-worth. So you can gather all the things you need before you continue to move forward in the way that you're moving forward. So, let's talk about what Taurus season really means energetically. And I want to talk about that and just kind of touch on some of these points because it's going to make more sense as we get to the middle of the month and we get towards the end of the month. You're literally going to feel like you're living between two worlds. And those two worlds that you're going to feel like you're living between is your inner world is going to be seem like things are moving in sort of a slow motion sort of style, while your outer world is going to seem like it is racing ahead. And you can't be fooled by what this reality is doing, right? Versus what needs to take place because your transformation is going to happen inside. Now, I can't give all the business away. This is why you guys need to be a part of the futuristic activation class, but I will share this with you. We are getting an upgrade in our technology this month. I will share this with you. And many of you are feeling this, and it may come through in your dreams. It may come through your physical body. Like either one or two things can be happening, and neither is good nor bad. I want you to just understand this from more of an energetic point of view. In the physical body, you may wake up and all of a sudden, maybe your right leg is hurting. You got pain in your leg. Or you may wake up where you have been dealing with something underlying that's been happening. And all of a sudden, you feel like you are light as a feather. You feel like maybe you've been going to the gym and you've been working out and your back has been sore, your leg has been sore, and you really haven't been able to overcome these obstacles. And then all of a sudden, you get in the gym and it feels like you're back in your teenage years. You feel light, you feel very mobile, you feel like you can do a little bit more. So these things could be happening. These are all indications that you are going through this upgrade. Contrary, on the other hand, you may feel like, even for myself, I wear readers. Well, in the last couple of days, even last week, I've been putting my readers on and really finding that I really don't need them for as much as I thought I needed them. It's like there's been an adjustment that is happening. Now, this is what it's going to look like on a physical level with this energy coming through. For some of you, you may come down out of nowhere. You may get some sort of flu, some sort of stomach issue, lots of things happening with the feet and the toes, or things also happening with the back or with the skin, right? A lot of these we can say is ascension symptoms, but these are also signs that you are going through the technology upgrade. I talked about a couple of months ago about our auras and how our, well, it wasn't a couple of months ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago, a couple of shows ago, about your auras recalibrating. Well, now what's happening is you're detaching away from your aura because your aura is rooted in your past life. And when I say past life, I mean your past life on earth. It's rooted in the past. And so the best thing you can do is detach away from your aura. Detach, which is your feelings, your thoughts. When they pull you into the past, really remind yourself, one of the things you can do, I'm going to give you an activation that you can do. You can tap on your third eye and then tap over your heart and then state the date, the month, the year, and the time. And then say, I am present in the moment. I am fully present in the moment. You have to bring yourself back here because energetically, there's a part of you, either from past lives or from the past, that this energy is again coming back up just because this is the nature of energy when transformation is happening. So you're going through a technology upgrade, but unlike AI, right? And unlike external technology, like the technology we're on right now, the technology that you are coming into is the greatest technology that ever exists because this is your inner technology. Inner technology. So we know Taurus is connected to the earth element, the energy of embodiment. This is where we get security, the sensuality, and even abundance. Listen, everyone, you are planting seeds with your thoughts, your feelings, and your emotions, right? And your actions and non actions. Everything that you do in this Taurus season, this Taurus constellation, while the Taurus constellation is being highlighted as above, so below, as without, so within. Because the Taurus within you, and you can look in your astrological chart and see what mansion within your 12 houses this energy is getting lit up from. This manifestation that is happening now, you're not going to see the fullness of it, right? Until we get to July. So be patient with yourself. Be patient with what is being presented in front of you. Be patient what is dangling in front of you. You know how when they would take the bulls and they would put the red flag in front of the bull, right? Now we know the whole backstory to what all of that torture was about. This is where you get the raging bull, or even in Spain, where they would have the bull race that people would do. Don't allow yourself to go too far into the future at this time. And trust me, energetically, we all have commanded for signs and symbols to be there so that we can keep ourselves grounded in this moment and begin to start recognizing how we're moving forward. So, Taurus is governed, right, in deep connection with Venus. And this is soul love. This is creative currency. And this is deep pleasure. Deep pleasure. I'm talking about a pleasure that is undescribable, a pleasure that is mind blowing. The key here, because it's also a lot of trickster energy during this month of Taurus season, is that that has to come from within. If you're seeing this outside of yourself, I want you to proceed with awareness that you are somehow not chasing the false reality of what can be, what could be. And these are going to involve themes of love. This is often the time, and I've seen this in a pattern for years. This is the season where a lot of people get love bombed during this season here. This is when it happens. This is when a lot of that energy comes, you know, and rightfully so. This is about soul love, creative currency, and deep pleasures in this season, and wanting to be able to fully embody this. I'm not saying that you cannot find that true love, or, that deep, soulful love or deep pleasure during this month, or creative currency. But as you can see, as we begin to move into this constellation, stories like Shannon Sharp, and I'd be curious, I haven't looked at his astrological chart to even see what his sun sign, moon sign, rising sign, or any of those signs are. But this is speaking very heavily to a lot of Taurus energy, or a heavy energy of Taurus. And just as of recently, the CEO of Kohl's, now here comes another love scandal coming out. You will see that. And so we talk often about Libra, which is all about relationships, which is true. But this is also about, think about Taurus season in this way. This is how we perform, or this is how we act. This is how we love. This is how we um, fulfill our pleasures in these relationships that we have in our lives, both intimate, platonic, and even the relationship with ourselves. So, one of the things you will always hear me, Ms.Blue, the Soulful Oracle, remind you of on Taurus season is about your value, is about your self worth, and is about your self love, and it is about your growth, because these are all of the elements that, when in alignment, you can be able to tap in to this frequency and change your life. I want you to start thinking about, when we're going through these seasons, and Taurus season, and you know, having Aries seasons, and all of the zodiacs. I want you to start tapping in and looking at it more than just a zodiac sign, but a energetic frequency that will give you a little bit more. You're going to be able to tap into the highest frequency and a little bit more, and an opportunity for you to grow, and an opportunity for you to level up in your life in any way you see fit. These seasons are here to bring us gifts. But if we are only looking at them as a passing time, a birthday celebration, and only a moment that hits the calendar from a certain period to another period, we could be missing all the miracles and magic that is in store for us, and understand our own personal growth while we're on this journey, because it is there for you. Now, if you want to know what energy center to really start to focus on, that's going to give you more insight. And welcome to everyone who's joining the live. Let's hit that like button so we can sort of kind of put our frequency out and a little bit more to the atmosphere, and let everybody know that, hey, come on over. It's some high vibes over here. Come on and tune in. We talking about Taurus season. But you can work with the root chakra. The root chakra, I'm going to give you two to work with. The root chakra in this time for stabilizing your nervous system. And it's a great time to tend to your body, your temple. Perfect time for that, right? And the other energy center is going to be the throat chakra, because this is the portal of creation. And we know in the sacred books, or one of the ancient sacred books on the I can't even talk, in the Bible, right? Probably because I didn't want to say it's a sacred book, but I'm going to let it hold that title. It is a sacred book in the Bible. It talks about the power of life and death being in the tongue, the mouth. The voice is connected to the soul. And so here, recognizing your communication and how you communicate in these particular areas in your life makes the difference about everything, not a little bit, absolutely everything. Any addictions, anything that you have, get a hold of it. Get a hold of it because you can heal it. Like we have these points of healing. We need to take advantage of them. So, the month of May, I want you to think about this. It's a sacred bridge between spring's bloom and summer initiation because it's a portal of clarity. And that's what I want us all to be looking for during this month. Are you getting clarity in your life from where you've been to where you are now to how you're moving forward? Are you gaining clarity in your life right now? Not what they doing, not what she said, not what he said, not what your mama said, not what your daddy said, not what your baby daddy said, not what even Ms.Blue said. Are you gaining clarity in your life? These are checkpoints. We have to start utilizing the spiritual science, which is astrology, which is the new spirituality on the planet. Not because I say so, I posted that many years ago, and you can see now this is the new spiritual system on the planet. But we want to be able to use it at its highest, most in depth ability to get the most out of it. You understand? To get the most out of it. Are you gaining clarity? Because this is your point of clarity here. And clarity also speaks to the clair. Where are your clairs? Because we can, when we're in Taurus season and this upgrade in our technology, it is allowing you to alchemize all of the work you have done prior during this year, right? Coming into this energetic year to activate your multisensory abilities, your clairaudience, your clairsentience, all of the Claire sisters. And it's a whole bunch of them sisters, baby, about 150 of those Claire sisters. We have so many Claire abilities, as many meridians as you have in your body. That's how many Claires you have, right? So Taurus season slows us down so we can realign with what's real. What's real? That's so important. How many of you have been feeling? And if you've been feeling this, type in chat, what's real, Ms.Blue? What's real, Ms.Blue? What's real? This is what Taurus season is doing. This is when shit gets real. It gets real fast. Shit get real fast in Taurus season. So it's allowing you to slow yourself down with what is real, what is rooted, what is deeply rooted, what's deeply rooted within you. And also, what is worthy? What is worthy? What is that to you? What is worthy? What are you worthy of? Not looking at the world to give you value. I had this conversation with my son the other day, and we were talking about how much are you worth. I'm not talking about money. That's a part of it. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about how the world values you. I'm talking about you and your worth. Do you know how much you're worth? Do you understand that you are worthy? And if you are worthy, what are you worthy of? See, because you cannot start that question unless you're totally committed to what are you worthy of? Quan says worthy of 500 billion. Okay. And I love that. I love that you put that in that value. And now I want you to take an honest assessment of yourself. Are you treating yourself as someone worthy of $5 billion? I'm not just talking about on a Thursday when you chatting and chilling with Ms.Blue, the soulful oracle. I'm not talking about when you standing in front of your man or your children or your woman. I'm not talking about when you out in the cosmic streets flexing on their ass. I'm not talking about when you show up at work or when you roll up at the bank. I'm talking about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you walking, talking, living, expressing, being, doing, creating your worth? Are you embodying that for real? Are you embodying that for real? Like no BS. So, hmm, hmm. So here is what is surfacing. And I want you all to tell me if this is true for you. Uh-huh. I love that. I absolutely love that. That's right. That's how we roll up to the bank. We got to play it down when we go up there. But listen, what is coming up is worthiness. Wounds are surfacing. These are the wounds that are coming to the surface. Money, pleasure, beliefs being restructured, deep calls to declutter inside out. These are the things you should be feeling. Worthiness when it comes to money, our finances, right? Because we don't really want to say money. I know that's a trigger word for some of us. Pleasures, right? And beliefs. These things are getting restructured in your life. Right now, as we speak, these areas in your life, how you understand, how you receive, how you give, pleasure is being restructured in your life. Money is being restructured in your life. Tell me if it's so for you, right? Because there's a deep calling to declutter, not just your physical world, baby, but to declutter that internal world that's inside of you. Are you being called to declutter some shit? Let some things go. Let some thoughts go. Let some beliefs go. And I say beliefs because you can't really know it for sure because it would not be catching you in a chokehold. Sometimes we get ourselves caught in a chokehold, not over some good shit. I smelled some fragrance today that had me, oh my God, in a chokehold. But sometimes we let bullshit get us in a chokehold, like what he said and what she said, what they did and what they didn't do, right? What mama did and what mama didn't do, what happened in the past and what didn't happen in the past, what's going to be in the future, and where is he and where is she and where are they and why not me? All of these things we let get us in a chokehold for no reason. So I want you to understand that you are not here to chase your worth. Worth is not some shit you can go find. You can't go find your worth. You can't get out here in these streets and say, I know my punani is worth $500 million. Run me my coins. Or I know who I am is worth it. You can't go chase worth. I know y'all can tell that I kind of been tapping in with that Shannon Sharp thing. Let me know if anybody cares to hear my thoughts on that. We can talk about it. You're not here to chase worth, but you are here to embody it. And then you have to do the alchemy with it because that's the only way you're going to embody your worth. You understand? We look at someone who's in the position, and I think this is a great opportunity where, the matrix meet real life of Shannon Sharp getting ready to be offer a deal that shows that he is worthy of $100 million, and for this whole explosive scandal to come out and being sued now for what is it, 500 million dollars. You got to know at this point, there's a lot of questions, even though he's worth millions of dollars. Somehow there was some self worth that was undefined and that was not worthy. Because if he really understood his true value and understood truly who he was, deep within his pleasures, deep within his understanding of himself, he would have made different decisions. Somewhere there is a lack of self-worth, not because of the freakiness he was into, but the way that he chose to do these actions and the way that he went about doing them. And I put that out there because all of us need to look at Shannon Sharp and think about it. Yeah, Unc was a wild man, 2 times caught up with sex. See, this is that Taurus energy, that deep pleasure. And this is what it looks like when we confuse one sense of worth for all sense of worth. Because someone has a great value of financial worth, it doesn't mean that their self-worth is in alignment with the value of what society puts on you. Because the only value is really the one that you hold for yourself. When, as I sent the text message out to the futuristic line, and I'm going to read that for everyone here because I just think it's so relevant to what we're talking about here. And this is what I sent out this morning. I said, show up for you. Design a character that embodies the boldest truth in the room. Because in the end, all that truly matters is who you are when no one's watching. Your character is your currency. Your character is your compass, and your character is your crown. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I don't need to do some self work in different areas of my life, because that would be a bold lie. This is why there's no days off when it comes to loving me and when it comes to my self growth. Because I know just the way I chose to embody this avatar, this avatar and this inner working of who I am on the planet in this lifetime, that ain't gonna work for me. Because see, taking a day off with me in my growth and my self-love puts me in these vulnerable states, as it does for almost 90% of the people on the planet at this time. So we need to understand that. It's important that we understand that. So here are some activation. Yeah, I need to put that on a t-shirt. Thank you for that, Black Gold. Here are some activations that I want you all to take in. I'm going to give you some of these questions. You can use this during the Taurus season here. for yourself. And I want you to begin to start looking at these areas. And welcome to everyone who's coming in. The first activation soul prompt for you is, where in my life am I trading peace for false security? Now, before you jump your ass up and say, I ain't doing that, I just ask, I just ask that you maybe write this question down and you take this in. So when you're not here, you can really, really have an honest conversation with yourself. Where in my life am I trading my peace for false security? Right? So here is the next question that I want you to take this activation soul prompt for. What does true luxury feel like to my soul, not my ego? See, because what luxury is to your soul versus what it is to the ego is two different things. So, what the ego may value, the soul is not interested in. Next question, activation soul prompt. What do I believe I'm worthy of? And how do I know? See, I learned, and I have been teaching this, is anybody can give you lip service. I can give you lip service all day, every day. I could tell you a whole bunch of hot shit. I can cite a whole bunch of stuff. I can sit back and I can tell you this and I can tell you that and I can pop that off and pop that off. But can you quantify that by really bringing some receipts? You understand? In your own life. This isn't about proving it to me or anyone else. I'm certainly not asking you to do that. But I'm telling you, you have to begin just as much as we want to question others in our lives. We have to not be afraid to question ourselves. Because in this dimension, one of the things that is dominant here is our conscious mind, in where the textbook ego reside. And where this textbook ego resides in this dimension, it is designed that way because we need it in real time. You need your ego in real time. It's when you allow your ego to start meddling in other areas of your life that it starts to take over. And this is where things go awry. We can look at history. We can see what's happening now. We can understand all of these things. So, where does true what does true luxury feel like to my soul versus what does true luxury feel like to my ego? Mhm. To my ego. You understand? The next one, how am I treating my body? I want you to sit with that question. How are you really treating your body? How am I treating my home? How am I treating my money? And how am I treating my voice? Ooh, how am I treating my voice? Uh-huh. That part. That shit right there. How am I treating my voice? How am I treating my money? And baby, how am I treating my body? Listen, some things to make you stop in your tracks. All right? And then here's one. What is my soul telling me to slow down and savor? You know how they say savor the flavor? What is your soul telling you? Whoa, 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 whoa. My soul told me to slow down on something today. Whoa, 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 whoa. Pump your brakes, Ms.Blue. Slow it down. What is your soul? What is your soul telling you to slow down and savor? Savor these moments. Savor this time that we get to spend together, this time that you're with yourself, your loved ones, your friends, your family. I was up early this morning and I was reading in my book, getting ready to do my morning sort of kind of free writing, just letting a stream of consciousness pour out. And I realized that maybe over the last couple of months, I haven't been as consistent. I haven't. But the moment I begin to tap back in, I'm not telling you to make this some rigid religious practice just for the sake of practice, because sometimes there's other things that need to take the place. And so I'm not saying that as if to say that I missed out on something, but I missed it. If you feel me, you feel me, right? I missed it. I missed it, but I didn't miss out because there were other things that I needed to do early in the morning first. So you're doing these things not out of the sake of doing them. You're doing these things out of the sake of all of this is about that worth. That's that worth. That's that worth. That worth makes you get up. When you understand, when you say, baby, this is what Beyonce said when it's $1 billion in the fucking elevator. Oh, you do this because there is a worth, not because of the external worth, because you understand the true internal worth. When it comes to your body, when it comes to your home, your sacred space, when it comes to your finances, your money, when it comes to your voice and how you're expressing that into the world. And if we start right there, it takes care of everything external. Because I hear some of you, what about the people in our lives we love? What about the people we're interacting of? Well, listen, if you cannot love and interact with you on that level, then you damn sure can't interact with me on that level. If you're not taking care of you on your worthiness level, then I know I can't even expect. It's unfathomable for me to even think that you would have an ounce for me. See, this is what the world is being exposed. This is what Pluto likes to dig shit up from the depths of the soul and expose it. You understand? Because it wants you to be able to unearth these things so you can see what is authentically and truly there. One of the examples I gave is that Pluto and Saturn often will be working together through their alignment. And when I'm talking about these planets, I want you to just drop down in your body. You may have to close your eyes for a moment, but I want you to find out where Pluto is lighting up in your physical body. Where is Saturn lighting up in your physical body? And make a connection with that in your body. You can do it with anything. You can do it with the moon. You can do it with the sun. You can do it with all the planets and see how that energy is lighting up in your physical body. When you're able to see how that energy is lighting up in your body, then you're going to understand what I'm telling you right here. So if we were to go inside of a building and it needed to be renovated, Saturn would be the one to say, wait a minute, we know we have to renovate this place, but we're going to go room by room and we're going to have a plan. And we're going to make sure that everything is correct. We're going to get blueprints. We're going to have the construction team, the foreman come in here. We're going to find out where this structure is because we don't want to start tearing down walls and ripping out buildings and gutting rooms and find out that some of that is a part of the foundation. And this is why I will always tell you guys, the remix is forever alive. It's never going to go anywhere. It's always going to be a part of who I am because I realize that that is a foundation for me. I'm not destroying a foundation, but I am renovating. And there is a big difference. I am renovating. Now, had I waited, let's say I waited, let's say I just kept chucking along and I ignored all of my higher self clues about it was time to take this sacred segment, this powerful segment of my legacy, of my life, of our lives together, archive it in its highest evolution of itself, and give it the worthiness it deserves, and then begin a new chapter on top of that foundation. Had I not did that, when we got into these Pluto placements, see, when Pluto comes in the building, you know what Pluto says? I don't need to come inside. I'm looking from right here in the door. I need this shit to be totally demolished. Take it all the way down to the foundation. And then when we get to the foundation, I'm going to need you to get a jackhammer and break that shit up too. And then I want to till the land. And then we can talk about building again. See, this is what Pluto does. And I guarantee you right now in your life, there is an area of your life that you might have been trying to keep at bay. It could be a relationship. It could be the way you do your foundation, your finances. It could be your health, right? It could be the way you think. It could be the way you move. It could be the way you speak. It could be your relationship with your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your lover. Pluto has come in and Pluto said, nah, we just gonna get rid of that whole shit. We don't need none of it. Mm-hmm. And Doreen is in the building. Thank you for that, Doreen. That's right. Pluto uncovers your psychological wounds, and Saturn asks you to take responsibility for your healing. That's the evolution of it. But one thing about Pluto, Pluto takes shit. Like the Philadelphia Eagles went and took their Super Bowl. Pluto takes shit. It gives you a chance to do it. But once you don't do it, Pluto say, I get it. It's too painful. Let me do it. Let me do it. You close your eyes, put your seatbelt on, sit back, baby girl, hold on tight, and I got you. I'm going to do it. And when you open your eyes, you got your big daddy Saturn standing right there with his hands out saying, come on, baby. Come on. Come on. It's over now. Come on. I want you to come close. I want you to look at it. Take a good look at it because it's all gone now, but it's okay because we're going to build this bigger and we're going to build this better than before. But you got to slow down because you need a plan. Don't hop your ass out in these cosmic streets naked. You don't want to be butt naked and afraid in the cosmos while growing up on planet Earth. It ain't a good look. I promise you, it's not a good look. And it's a lot of people right now that is butt naked and afraid in these cosmic streets by themselves. And they ain't got nowhere to go. You understand? And now it's a lot of responsibility that's coming up. Just some metaphors for you on a Thursday. Let me keep it moving. So, anyway, you understand what your soul is telling you. So, now think about it this way when we look at numerology, as I call it, the month of May is the 5th month, right? January, February, March, April, May. It's the 5th month, right? This 5 energy is all about freedom. Yes, I went there, Kevin, butt naked and afraid. So it's about this 5 energy. I want us to, if you're in chat, do this for me. Type the number 5 because this 5 energy is all about freedom. It's about change and it's about movement while being grounded. Keyword, movement while being grounded. If you look at the number 5, it looks like a pregnant woman. She's standing there with her belly out. She's ready to give birth. But that doesn't mean a baby will be born. How many mothers who are here have been ready to give birth, but the baby wasn't ready to be born? This is 5. This is connected to the month of May, as well as the constellation energy of Taurus. But 5 sits on a rocker. You see that? A rocker. It's either going to rock you back to the past or it's going to rock you forward in the future. Your safe space is to be at the 0 point, is to be grounded on that rocker so that you know you can connect with your past, your present, and move forward to the future. This is why so many of you coming into this energy, you're seeking freedom. There's an area of your life that you're saying, Ms.Blue, I just want to be free from this. I mean, tax season is over for those of us in America. I don't know about all of you, but listen, we're seeking freedom. Freedom. You want change. This is what's going to happen. This is the change. This is the movement through grounded steps. That's why you got the bull. You don't see the bull over my shoulder right here? The bull. He takes grounded steps. You ever seen a bull move? It's grounded. It's always got a feet on the ground. It's not up in the air, it's on the ground. So if you think about the current astral waves that are happening, Mercury, baby, is out of retrograde. Whoo! And we love it. Mercury is moving. This is the messenger. This is the messenger. This is really the energy of the throat chakra. This is the cosmic messenger as well. The moon in Taurus and Jupiter is coming near Gemini. And boy, that's going to be some shit. This is the time to choose sustainability. How can I sustain myself? This is the time to choose sustainability over sensationalism. This is not the time to chase that. So I'm going to give you this quote, and I'm going to tell you a little bit of backstory about this quote from me. But I want you to take this to heart because after all, we're talking about Taurus, the bull. Take this to heart. Don't follow energy. Generate it. Stop looking to follow energy and start generating energy. Don't chase pleasure. Become the frequency. Period. And I wrote that down in my notebook. Don't follow energy. Generate energy. You ain't got to go looking for energy. Generate it. You're a creator. Generate energy. Don't chase pleasure. Get in the frequency. Listen. I want to tell you that. Yeah. I love it. So now, I wanted to share that little tidbit there. Once again, I'm yelling. Baby Blue is texting me. Why am I yelling? Welcome on into the live. Happy Taurus seasons. Where are my sun sign Tauruses in the building? Glad to have you here. How do y'all like my background? Don't worry, I'll work on it. Hey, Tramel, good to see you. Oh, Sheila, good to see you. Gotti77, Tina in the building, and everyone else who stepped in. I'm going to take your questions now. By the way, if you didn't get a chance, and if you don't know, Brother Bobby Hemmett's brother Aldi, stopped by the show when was that? Last week. And it's the last share that I did. Please go back and listen to it. Some powerful things there. It's a lot of things that thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Ah, this is the little energy that could energy get got. Okay. Yeah, it was last week. Thank you, Quan. Hey, Siobhan. Welcome on in. I'm glad you guys love Taurus in the building. Kenny AD Runway says Taurus, we in the building. Well, shouts out to you, Tauruses. Shouts out to the Tauruses. I'm glad that you're generating your Sky Quest. Welcome on in, Little Rock Barack. Good to see you. Good to see everyone. And if you're new here, please let us know. Lola Falana is in the building as well. Want to give a shout out. Will always be the superstar magic maker moderators, Lola Falana, Mr. Dante, and Brother Lance as well. So grateful, so grateful, so grateful, as well as all of you. Welcome on in, Jawanza. I think I said the name right. And welcome on in, Ash in Jupreneur. Did I say it right? Is new here. Well, welcome on in. Don't forget to subscribe, like, hit the notification bell. Welcome in, Miss Rich. Good to see you. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some questions from you all. So let's run it up. I'll take a few questions from you all. And want to remind you the SkyQuest is available for download. Just make sure you get all of the documents. I recently lost a cousin in the DR. Sorry to hear that. It was sudden and unexplainable. Very strange. Is he at peace? My cousin Clay, Kevin Clay. Um, hmm. DR. Tell me what you mean by DR, Roz. Um, Tell me what you mean by DR. I'm gonna put Roz's question up, and this is what I'm gonna do. The first couple of questions I'm gonna just take. I thought that was the Dominican Republic because I see an island and I see some water. Um, so interesting enough, this must be a cousin you didn't have a very close relationship with. And I only say that because he's showing me distance. He recognizes who you are, but he's showing me distance, and meaning there must have been some distance between him, distance between the family, distance between him connecting and sort of kind of being close to the family. I need you to understand this because this is going to help you understand the question that you ask. Let me put Roz's question up here. I'll wait to update that. Um, yeah, he grew up in New Jersey where I was born. So yes. So there was some distance there. So to answer your question, is he at peace? No, he's not at peace. He's not at peace, but he will eventually get to some sort of peace in understanding what has happened. It seems like it's unexplainable, but your cousin struggled greatly with a few things. Number one, he struggled in his relationship because this played a part on some of the things, not that just happened now, but what happened over the course of the last couple of years with him. The other thing is, when I see him, it is a constant, like I feel this tightness all in my chest, all the way up to my neck and my throat, but it immediately takes me in my head, you know? So he had an underlying condition that was going on with him, a great level of stress. But what I will tell you, what he is not at peace about really has nothing to do with his passing. It has to do with the months up leading up to his passing. Because the months leading up to his passing, if you were to talk to people who were around him, they that knew him, that was close to him, he had some weird and some odd things he was saying, doing, and kind of being. It was almost as if he had some sort of premonition something was going to happen. He left some sort of clues there, but he absolutely wish he would have taken his health seriously. He wished he would have taken his health more seriously, because it is something to do with his underlying health condition that caused errors in his judgment. This is something I did not know. And I had an older cousin that people were saying that they thought he was suffering from some sort of mental condition. And all along, what was happening to him is that his uh what do you call it, like his insulin level had fell too low, and it was causing him to really, for lack of a better word, act like a crazy person at times. And it was because his insulin level had dropped way too low within him. Now, for your cousin Kevin, because I'm having a conversation with him here, and he's making sense of what happened, and he's trying to fix it. So if the family is picking up something, that's what they're picking up. But he has come to the realization that he is no longer in the physical body. Um, and that part of him is at peace. But his decisions leading up to what transpired, he's still working through that. Um, he thanks you for your love, and he thanks you for asking about him. And it is his wish that the family do not wait to make a connection. But he also says, like, he's not feeling any kind of way about any of it. He's not. There's going to be some stories that come out about this cousin, about Kevin. And some of it, he says, is true. But some of the other stories, this is what we call legends, urban legends. People just making up stuff, or it's based on what they feel. But he doesn't even care about that either. He doesn't. Because in a sense, he was ready to go. He was ready to go. He was really ready to go. He was. So I'm sending him so much love. Matter of fact, I'm explaining to him, and if you all don't know how this works, I'm explaining to him right now what had happened to help him ground himself. But he's going to be hanging around, and he'll still be around. Interesting enough, I see children, but I don't know if these are his children. Like, I see kids around him, but he's not really making a connection. I just feel like it was so much going on with him before he passed. It's like he was kind of out of his consciousness, in and out at times. And eventually, over time, He will revisit the family. He will, sort of kind of clear up some of the things. But I guess in honesty, I will have to say he wasn't at peace, but he has made peace with his passing at this time. Yes. And he says, thank you to you for asking about him. He also makes a joke. Maybe you should have just showed up in the DR because you had chances to come. I don't know what that means to you, Roz, but that was his words and he kind of laughed. So he can hear you. He can hear you. And he said, yeah, you should have came. You should have came and seen me while I was here. While I was here. But yes, yes. But he doesn't need to be rescued. He doesn't need to be saved. He's not stuck. None of that. None of that. None of that. Please. None of that. He says, not me. He's not stuck. He don't need to be saved. Yeah. So don't make him your mission. And he's saying that in a very matter of fact way. He wants you to focus on loving you, your family, and your children, and to know that he's going to be fine. Fine. Yeah. And love to his family. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Revolutionary, spiritual enlightenment and healing. Boy, that was a mouthful. That was a mouthful. Hello, Ms.Blue. A friend of mine's told me about you. I'm so happy to be here tonight, sending you love and light, sending it to you as well. RSEAH. Is that a word? I think it's a word. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So your cousin is sending you love. I don't know who is next, but I think somebody else is next. A lot of people passing. I talked about this with the futuristic group. Anytime we have these major transit portals are open. A classmate of mine died last week, believed to have been pushed out of a 10-story building. Was she murdered or suicide? I'm going to hold off on that because we can't say those words on YouTube. I'm quite sure they're going to strike me for them. But, and I'm not worried about that. I'm going to hold off because she asked me to hold off. She asked me. And I get it. We want to know about people. So here's what my guides and your ancestors and source is telling me to explain to everyone. And I want us to really hear this with love. No one, absolutely no one leaves before their time. No need to apologize. That was on me. That was on me, not you. I meant to read the question and I popped it up there. So that's not on you. No one, absolutely no one leaves before their time. Say it with me. I know it's hard. We're going to have to learn a new way of understanding what we call death here and life. No one. It doesn't mean it's easy. It's one of the greatest challenges a soul will experience on the planet. And believe you me, I know that because in 2017, my father made his transition on. So I'm not someone sitting here that has been remiss. I've had a lot of amazing loved ones in my life who've made their transition. But I want you to understand it and think of it this way. We have not elevated ourselves consciously. I know some of us think we do. We have. To where it is time for us to leave, we can get up and physically just walk out of our body and say, tomorrow I'm out of here. Now, we have all been close to or had people in our families, like my aunt and my uncle Mac, that you guys got a chance to speak with. Also my aunt Naomi and some of my other aunts and uncles. They knew when they were going to make their transition, and literally they left. One of them was 100 plus years old. The other one was 90 plus years old. And they knew they were going to go home and walk out of their bodies. But that's not the case for most beings on this planet. We are not conscious or aware enough to consciously know when we're ready to leave our body. No one, no matter how old, no matter how young, leaves before their time. There's only so many ways that you can get that essence, that spark of your God light, which is just a fraction of your soul, out of your physical body. There's only so many ways. I don't want to do a Tony Braxton and let me count the ways, but there's only so many ways that you can get out. Illness, sick, unalive, either self-inflicted or other inflicted, accidents, right? Overdose. It's only so many ways you can get out. And so there are different things that souls came back to this planet to experience. Here's where it gets a little tough. And sometimes those experiences on this side look very, very different on the other side, have been drenched, and our minds, our conscious mind is drenched in fear, the ego drenched. And in this dimension, in order to keep it programmed, we can call it the matrix. I call it the false matrix of the mind, or whatever we want to call it. We have been taught that death is the end. We have been taught that death is a bad thing. We have been taught that you only exist here in your physical body and in this physical world. Now, as we grow and we evolve, we know that that's not true. We know that just like you see them stars in the sky, those are a reflection of our soul and our internal stars that are inside of us. We have been taught that. The truth is, yes, death is a transition. In fact, this is where you begin to continue to live. It's not an end point. I'm not asking you, and I'm not telling you that we should not grieve, because that's a natural part and a healthy part of this experience when we're going through these moments and this motion. But we would do ourselves best to start developing a more healthier, loving understanding of life and death, because at this point on the planet, death has been weaponized. And so anytime someone passes, there becomes this conspiracy theory that someone killed them, that they did something wrong, they pissed someone off, and that's the reason they took their ass out of here. Do you realize holding this belief structure as an absolute? We're not saying that some of that didn't happen, because we know fact and well, a lot of that did happen. But what would it change if you had the understanding that no soul leaves before their time? That would remove some of that fear. That would remove some of that, are they okay? Are they all right? Because see, to ask that question, it shows your own powerful transformation. Because if you're asking me if someone is okay, that means that you already know deep within your soul that that person is still existing. And that's a powerful point of moving into the transformation of a higher understanding. That's why I want to say thank you to the sister Mega Miss Little of asking that question. And even the sister Roz, who asked about her cousin, because it's showing that there is a transformation that is happening, that the understanding is coming about, that we understand that death is not final, it's a transition. Doesn't mean you shouldn't mourn. It doesn't mean that's a sacred right. It's a sacred right for you to do that, to honor, and you will miss the physical representation of that person. But their spirit, their soul is even closer. In a lot of cases, I'm going to say almost 50, 60, 70, 80% of the cases, the person has a better relationship. And I'm not glorifying this. I'm just telling y'all some truths of me doing this work for about 20 years. They're closer and have a better understanding of their relationship and connection to these people, loved ones, neighbors, friends, intimate partnerships when people transition than when they're here. And this is causing you, or it should, to elevate your physical relationships and cherish them even more. Because as much as we don't want to believe it, our time here is limited. Oh, you can live forever. It just won't be here. Oh, you go on till eternity. It's just not here on earth. I want you to understand that. Oh, you can for sure do that, just not here. You know how they say you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here? That's earth. You ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Not forever. Not forever. Right? So I'm glad you're resonating with it. And I want to give a big shout out to Dr. Banks, my brother in the building. Peace and love to you, Dr. Banks. So I want you all to understand that. So when you're asking about your loved one, the visionary sessions, one-on-one sessions are totally booked for right now. As soon as they open up, I will. But I do have available the Oracle files are available, and the futuristic course is available as well. So I want to say that. Thank you, Black Gold. Thank you, Black Gold. So let's go to the next question. I hope I answered that, but your friend is pausing on putting that question out at this time, and for very good reason. But like I said, like I said, who has a question? I think somebody else has another question. You're so welcome. Thank you, Mega Miss Little. So good to see you. So good to see you. Love you, Dr. Banks. My brother is in the building. Good to see you as always. Okay, Ms. Blue, what's the concept of heaven on earth about? This is actually a good question. The concept of bringing heaven to earth means that you are living from an expansive, elevated, conscious point of view. That you recognize that heaven isn't something in the sky, but that within your beingness, heaven is right here within you. In fact, heaven and hell is within. It's up to you to choose, what are you going to do? You bring heaven down to earth when you start to understand that you are more than just your physical body. When you start to understand that you have a consciousness that can allow you to connect the worlds and the dimensions together. You have a consciousness that what earth calls its heaven, you can connect to it, meaning you can speak to your higher self, God, the universe, source, the most high, whatever you choose to call it. You have a direct connection to that, which really what we're talking about is you have direct access to the whole soul pod. You understand? Because only a fraction of your soul can fit in your body. Your entire soul cannot even be contained on this planet. It is too large, it's too big, because we all come from the source. We are yet but particles, but stars in the sky, a part of the source of whole. And we are the expression of that whole and source. So, what we deem heaven to be, when you bring heaven to earth, you are walking, living your truth, and you know who you are. Hence, our ancestors know thyself. When you know thyself, you are bringing heaven down to earth, and not just understanding who you are, but understanding who you are and the power that you bring and how you're creating your reality and experience here. You are bringing heaven to earth. That's it. All of the great books talk about it. All of the great books tell you you can have anything you want in this kingdom. Haven't we seen people have everything they want in this kingdom? From the good to the bad and everything in between. I'm going to keep using key points that are really trending in our society right now. Shannon Sharp had everything he could conceive. He brought heaven to earth, right? But just like we can bring heaven down to earth, we can activate hell within our space as well. So I want you to get out of a religious concept of understanding heaven and hell. And I want you to get into the God mind of understanding bringing heaven down to earth. Can you take that which is within your consciousness, your higher self of understanding the expansiveness of who you are and your connection to all things that is in this reality that we call, and some say, is the matrix? Can you understand that? And can you create your heaven here on earth? Because you have the power to do it. If you do not allow the projection of a false matrix, which is the mind, and the mind is programmable, right? The mind can be programmed. This is which came first, the mind or the computer? The mind came first. The only reason we have computer and technology is because it is mimicking or attempting to mimic what the consciousness within us as spiritual physical beings on this planet is capable of doing. Everything was created by the divine. But in this world, we try to say this is of evil and this is of good, and it causes a split. But true gods, and I'm not talking gods in the masculine plural sense of the word, I'm talking gods in the sense of entities being here, if you can understand it, just in a generic term. Know that we have the capable ability to create whatever we want here. All of us have that ability. And you can choose to live within your heaven, or you can choose to live within your hell. Within your hell. You can choose to live within your heaven or choose to live within your hell. It's your choice, because you're creating your heaven or you're creating your hell. So the choice, most would say, I want to have heaven on earth, because our old world cells were programmed to believe this is hell. Our ancestors were living with a limited amount of their understanding, not of their consciousness, because they were highly conscious, but of their power. And that's why it's so important for the souls on the planet now to understand love and power has to go together. Because if you truly understand the love that's in your heart, it's not going to make you weak, baby. It's going to make your ass strong. It's going to make people shake when they see you coming. Matter of fact, before they see you coming, they're going to think twice about how they step to you, how they move around you, how they take you for real. But if you're not projecting that, if you're not projecting that in your aura, and somehow you're only holding love, but your love is a false sense of identity, because real love comes with power. And you don't play with that kind of power, because that is the kind of power that created everything that you see in this universe. That's love. You want to know what love is? That's real love. That shit ain't no joke. That's love. So when you're in your life and you feel like it is hell, that's a good thing. If you can acknowledge that your life is hell. See, there is something in truth and honesty. If you could say right now, this is hell for me, I don't want you to stay there too long. See, that's where um that's where the trick comes in. They want you to sit in it. They want you to waddle in it. They want you to get comfortable in that hell. They want you to think there ain't shit you can do about that hell. They want you to think that this is what this world is. It's hell. Ain't shit you can do about it. You just a squirrel trying to get a nut. Ain't nothing you can do. You can only move here, and you can only move here, and you can only dabble here, and you can only dabble, but don't go too far, because if you go a little too far, they're gonna kill, they're gonna unalive you up out of here, and then you still gonna be in hell. No, 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 no. It's something you can do about it. The moment you decide that you are going to bring heaven to earth, not for your mama, not for your daddy, not for your sister, not for your brother, not for your girl, not for your man, not even for your children, not even for the homeless people on the street, but you are willing to bring heaven to earth for you, you become a God on the planet. And it is through that vibration. Notice I ain't saying money, power, sex. I ain't saying none of that. It is through that vibration that your energy will start to broadcast. And everywhere you go, every step you take, everyone who interacts with you will feel that love, that power, that energy. And if they have that spark of light within them to become awakened, they ass will wake up. See them stars? They will start shining like them stars, not to follow your path, but to go on and do what their soul is calling them. That's what I've been doing for 19 years and 8 million people plus. I can say that in an honest way, that I have helped wake people ass up, not to me, but to their own consciousness. And now they are stars out here in this world, and they are waking and shining other people up, not in fear, not out of playing small, but what their soul is calling them to do. So, hopefully, that helped you to understand that concept of heaven on earth. But when you don't know who you are, and I know that's a tight statement that packs a punch, that I done did workshops and years of archives on, because it does take a moment to sort of unpack who you really are. Who you really are starts with the foundation of how you love yourself, how you honor yourself, how you treat yourself. within yourself, within your consciousness, and recognizing that there is something greater than just what you see and you're creating in this physical world. Something greater than that. Now, what's greater for you may be very different from me. Your heaven on earth may be, to have a little farm and maybe, have a little garden. That may be your heaven. Somebody else's heaven may look like something else, but that's how you bring it down. It's not an outside job, it's an inside job. You got to feel like heaven is already here. I know my heaven is on earth because I exist in it. Heaven is here. And at any given moment, if I make a wrong turn and end up in hell, I ain't worried about it because I know at that second that realization hit my consciousness, I can turn that shit around and I can be back in my heaven before you can blink. And that's how we have to understand us living, growing up on planet Earth. Yeah. I'm gonna stop my question because my crown chakra is starting to itch. That's how I know I done tapped you with the heaven. So there it is. Mm-hmm. All right. People still think I'm Delulu until shit get real. I told them a year prior. Ms.Blue taught me to be my authentic self. There it is, Lola. That's it. That's it. But that's how we do it. So it's some things that we're working on, that we're learning, that we're beginning to understand about ourselves. We spend too much time criticizing ourselves. We spend too much time beating ourselves down instead of saying, let me stop. Stop. Let's stop. Let's just stop where we're at. I don't care really how I got there. You know why I don't care? Because the moment I decide I will never go back there, I don't need to care how I created all of that. I don't need to because I'm going to decide that shit will never happen again. And if I can carry that consciousness in my heart and mean it for real and move forward with love and power to where my North Star is leading me, I ain't got to look over my shoulder. I ain't got to worry about what happened in the past. I don't have to. And guess what else? I can tell my mind what the fuck to think. My mind doesn't drag me along like a dog. You ever seen somebody walking their dog and the dog is dragging them around? I used to watch Cesar Millan all the time. You would think I was a pet mom. Not that I couldn't be and not that I won't be. Maybe I will. But the number one thing he tells you when you're walking, he was teaching this child who had got bit by a dog, and the parents brought a dog. And the child was scared of the dog, and the dog was interrogating this child whenever the parent wasn't around. And as the dog was interrogating this child, Caesar took the dog and the child on a walk. And Caesar Milan told him, yeah, I told you, I'm convinced Caesar Milan is a Malamute. He's a Malamute. He's a wolf. He's a Malamute. He's a pure Malamute. But anyway, we don't want to get on Caesar. But Caesar told the little boy, when you see a person walking a dog, and the dog is in front of the owner, that person does not have control of the dog. The dog is leading the owner, and the dog is in control, and the dog is looking to protect, which means, pet world, that dog will bite your ass. That dog will attack you. I don't care what the owner says. Cross the street. Get on the other side of the street. So if you're a pet owner and your dog goes out the door before you, and your dog is not walking side by side with you, your dog is in front of you, then you're the pet and the dog runs the show, not just on the street, but when the dog is in the house. And you better hope he keeps loving you. You better hope that Fluffy keeps on loving you, because at this point, he playing in your face, making you think that when you yell, sit down, shut up, and he does it, it's because he's scared of you or because he respects you, or she. They really don't. They just letting you have your way until they decide they want to take completely over. Now, let's fast forward about 9 or 10 years ago when I used to tell people, please stop letting your mind rule you and run around like a dog without a leash. And I got so much hate mail. Ms.Blue, stop calling our minds dogs. Maybe that was harsh, so I backed off. The mind is a genius, but it's only as good as in the present moment. This is why, if you want to get an animal, particularly a dog, out of a state, you snap and get their attention, and their mind will come back focused to the present. So, moral of the story, where I'm going with this, don't let your mind take you on a circle jerk. Stay out of your life, or your dog is doing you like that, Corey. Moral of the story, don't let your mind run around like a loose, untrained dog. Jumping, pissing, shitting, biting, scratching, barking, clawing, running around, chasing anything. This is how we let our mind. Sometimes you have to be gentle and kind enough to be able to tell your mind, stop it and refocus on something else. On something else. Instead of always going in for the negative. And I teach this in my energy classes. By the way, I got a class coming up. Never go in a session looking for the lowest point. Always start with the light. Come into the light, Caroline. Come into the light. Now, don't confuse that with somebody only telling you milk and cookies, because I'm not going to only give you milk and cookies. But the only way I can see the real milk and cookies, and the reason you all say, damn, Ms.Blue, you be spot on. How can you do this? Well, you can do this too. We all have the ability to tap into our intuition, but it is a certain way that you got to understand the difference between what your mind is telling you, because the mind can come up with some badass solutions. The mind is a genius. But that higher self, that multisensory intuitive intuition, oh, that's some next level shit. And it's not only designed when your ass is in trouble, when your child is sick, when your mama hurt, when your daddy's sick, when your man about to leave you, when your woman's about to walk out the door. So many of you are some badass magic makers, but will call me and or email me about some shit. Where is this badass intuition you picking up on? Why aren't you using it? But see, it's a tool. It's like going to the gym, and like the trainer told me, we're done for the day. And I'm thinking, I'm paying you all this money. What do you mean? I ain't been in the gym but 10 minutes. What do you mean we done for the day? By the time we did that for 3 days, I'm like, wait a minute, because that's not what I'm paying for. And he said, yes, you are, because you ain't worked out in so long. 10 minutes is work. And I need you to go home for the next hour and 20 minutes and think about why you ain't been doing this whole damn time. So yeah, you still owe me and you're still working. So I want you to understand that. Get it through your mind. Hopefully that's a good enough analogy. It's a muscle, but you're not going to jump in on day one and everything just come flooding in. And please stop using your intuition thinking that it's only for predictions. Where they do that at? Nothing is written in stone. You don't know who you are. You don't know your power. It's not for predictions because you can change something. Some of you are changing your lives by being here right now. The decision of being here and being present changed a life for you. It puts you on a different course. That decision to be here instead of doing something else change your destiny because destiny can be changed. There are some points that are fated. There are. But destiny is what you do with that fated moment. You're changing your destiny every time you make a decision and you don't. So never think that it's only one solution. See, when you see something and you only see it one way, and here's the clue, and you only see it in its lowest way. I'm not saying be crazy, do some dumb shit. I'm not telling you that. Not talking about the rational part of it. I'm talking about when you really want to get to a solution, when you really want to overcome an obstacle. That's when you go to your intuition because your intuition is going to give you a suggestion the mind could not come up with. The mind is incapable of coming up with. So therefore, you're limited. So when scientists used to talk about that the humans are only using 10% of their brain, touche on them. It's because they didn't want to recognize that there was a part of the mind, there's a part of consciousness that they cannot even begin to understand. Yes, is it true that some people are only using 10% of their brain? But if you are listening to me or you even skipped your ass past anybody like me, that is not your damn truth. You're using the portion of your mind. They were talking about the ego mind. Because if you notice people who have achieved great things in their lives, and I'm not just talking about financially, I'm talking about great recognition within their lives, and I'm not talking about world greatness. There are some people right now that's in your family that is great. Like generations will be talking about your Uncle Tom Tom for years and years and years and years to come. He's a legend. He's great. He's a superstar in the family. Many of you will be the superstars in your children's lives, in your lives, with your families, with your friends, with your circle, with your soul family. You will be a superstar to them. It's because you've chosen to use all of the consciousness and your multisensory abilities at once. So you're not tapped into only using your mind, but we tend to do that when we feel a little bit of pressure. So the point I was getting to, I know that was long-winded, but shit, that's why I'm the fucking oracle, right? Anywho, I digress. This is what I want to tell you. You have to practice using your intuition on a day-to-day basis, and it will strengthen it. It will make it stronger. You will be able to surrender and trust it. Your mind will learn how to move its ass out the way. When its job is done, it will understand its place, its lane in your life and bring the genius to your life. It will assist when the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere come together to form the super consciousness. It will start to open up those pearly gates and allow the drips of your higher self and the divine consciousness to come within your being. You will activate all of your superpowers and you will be able to bring them superpowers down from the consciousness into your physical being and out into this physical world. you will be able to do that, but it takes practice. You can't just do it on a Tuesday. You can't just do it Thursday night. You can't just do it when you're hanging out with the fellas, or you can't just do it when you're taking a class. You can't just do it for 2 days and think it's not working, 30 days and think, oh, I'm done. It's not helping me. You can't think, oh, I can't connect with my ancestors. Well, how long have you practiced your craft? How long have you practiced utilizing your multisensory abilities in all areas of your life? How long have you practiced that? How long have you been studying? How long you been doing the work? Not talking the work, not faking the work, but how long have you been doing the work in your own life? Because I'm going to tell you something right now. Oh, you could read the hell out of anybody who come in front of you. But what you don't understand, that's your birthright. Ain't nobody got to teach you. You ain't got to run into a psychic, a medium. You ain't got to run into nobody who do this work to be able to read people. That's, anybody who breaks past the first level of opening their veil, they can do that. That ain't no flex on the planet. Everybody read everybody. You can read everybody. You read the people in the car next to you. You reading the hell out of your neighbors. You reading your boss. You reading Shannon Sharp. You reading TD Jakes. You reading everybody. You can read anybody. That ain't a flex. The flex come when you can read your ass. That's a flex. When you can read yourself. Where my divine priestess at? I know they didn't like it when I first did the year-long mentorship. And I said, you got to learn how to read you, because if you can read you can read anything and anybody correctly, not from your mind. A lot of people out here think they doing readings and they are using their mind. And don't get me wrong, the mind is good. The mind is good. But the mind can only go so far. Only take you so far. Knowledge can only take you so far. So far, baby. That intuition, that's why I tell y'all, and I know they thought, the nerve. I can answer any question you want. Not with my mind. Oh, my mind will fail me on question number 1. With my intuition, anything you ask me, I can give you an answer. Anything. Why? Because it ain't coming from my mind. It's coming from a divine source. But here's the real gag. So can you. If you put your mind to it and you're willing to do the work. And I'm not saying this is everyone's work, but I'd like to think if you're listening to me, you somehow feel that this is going to be a dominant part of your work. And if that is the case, get your motherfucking weight up. Get your weight up and get into your work, because you are about 20 centuries behind. And that's the real talk. 20 centuries behind, not 20 weeks, 20 centuries behind. Because if you're here, because see, I'm not a teacher for everybody. Everybody don't call on me. If you're calling on me, then I guarantee you, this is some shit you want to do. And you don't want to just key and do it for your friends at work on lunchtime. You know that somewhere this is going to be an intricate part of what you're doing, which means you love the cuss words. Yeah, I got to keep it real, right? This means you got to practice. You can't be lazy in this. There ain't no trick. A lot of people get their ass tricked out on some tarot cards. And now you slipping around. You a paper chaser in a different kind of way. You chasing them cards. You just chasing them. Now listen, it's a powerful tool. It's a powerful training tool. But just like all tools, there's levels. And you got to know how to use these tools. Thank you. You like the background. Welcome on in, One Up Entertainment. Welcome on in, Infinite. Welcome on in, MC Smith. Welcome on in, when we heal. Welcome on in, everybody who's coming in. I'm just going on a tangent. I'm about to get my ass off of here. Um, yeah. Where was I? Answering questions. I love it. Ms.Blue feeling herself. I love it. I'm here for the work. Yes, Roberta, you are. And you all know, if you guys have been on the one-on-one classes, I talk like this. I try to be a little demure, a little, reserved when we're on the YouTube platform. Well, not really. You know, not really. But yeah, sometimes we need to just keep it real. Just keep it, just keep it a buck. A lot of people will bullshit you here. I know that you all come here. I know that you are the leaders in this world. There's no doubt in my mind. And I'm so grateful. I'm so thankful that it is you guys here and so many other teachers out here in this world that is doing this great work. When I stroll through Instagram and see these young sisters, young brothers, and some old, don't get me wrong, I don't like to use that word old because I still think of myself as young because quiet as it's kept, there really isn't a physical reason that we age. Not really. Physically age. I'm not talking about like as we count our numbers here. There isn't. But no matter how old you are, you're never too old, you're never too young. I woke up late in the game. I woke up very late in the game when my consciousness came back online. But it's never too late. And that's what I want you all to understand. It is never too late for you. Don't let anybody tell you it's too late. It's never too late. Are there some opportune times to do shit? Absolutely. You would be crazy not to think that shit don't happen in cycles. Look your ass outside your window. Look at your life. Count back 7 years, count back 5 years, count back 12 years, count back 9 years. These pivotal points, you will see the cycles. You will see the cycles. It is a part of the structure and the form of this reality. We would need more than 80% of the consciousness on this planet to change for that to drastically change. But we are waking up. People are waking up in droves, droves, literally of droves as we speak. Droves of people are waking up on this planet. They're really waking up in droves. But I can tell you it's a small drop of water like this veil breaker, liquid magic. It's a small little, let me show you what it is compared to the beings on the planet. It's this. It's a little drop. That's it. Because this space is not designed to change like that. So this fantasy that we all gonna wake up, hold hands, kumbaya, and walk to the top of the hill, it's not designed for that. It's designed to be a place of contrast. And if you can get that through your mind, you would stop trying to fix people. You would stop trying to force things into being and realize that your job as a creator here is to create, as the being said earlier, your heaven on earth. That's your job. Because there are some people who came here and they feel like their job is to create fucking hell on her earth. And they doing a damn good job and they not worried about what you think about your damn heaven. They could care less. They not trying to be entertained by anything that you're interested in. They're not even moved by nothing you're saying. but you will waste your time with these people, being in relationships with these people, working on jobs with these people, having children with these people. You understand, being in connection with these people. You will waste your time with these people. There are different soul levels on the planet. We got old souls, new souls, and we got them SME souls that are here. Them new souls, they on a whole new level. They ain't trying to get on your level. And really, that's where shit goes awry. When old souls and new souls try to be in relationships together, that don't really go too well. Don't really go too well. Sometimes it ain't going well when two new souls try to be in relationship with each other. It's not going well. Not to mention, we're going to have to rethink this whole relationship, what it means to be a family, what it means to be um, a community. We're going to have to rethink all of that. All of that is up for grabs at this point in time. That shit is so up for grabs. It's crazy. I can guarantee you right now, 90% of the beings on the planet got people in their lives that is not their blood relatives, but they are closer to them than they are the very people who birthed them. And the reason for that is because you are, say it with me. What are you? Say it with me. What are you? Because you are a sovereign being. You are a sovereign being. You are a free agent. You like Shador Sanders. Use a free agent. You want to see what is your best option. Well, I guess he ain't a free agent. Well, he was a free agent. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. Maybe Shador Sanders is not a good idea, a good example, but he's soon going to be a free agent. And once he recognizes he's a free agent, you're going to see a whole lot of shit change. Right now, he just getting in the game. Y'all understand. We're free agents. You're a free agent. Just because you were born into a family, I'm not saying throw that family away. I'm not saying that don't mean anything. What I'm telling you, if that is some toxic, destructive, demising shit, you're a free agent. Go create another family. Now, if you're blessed, like some of us, myself, I consider to be blessed to have a family that you can love, you want to be connected with, and you have the same bloodline, physical bloodline, be with that family. But too many times we stay stuck in situations, putting too much stake in blood when we are all free agents. That don't mean don't honor your ancestors. Honor them, but know what the hell you're honoring. Because if your Uncle Charles was a drunk and used to beat women and steal and rob, please don't tell me you channeling him and you think your Uncle Charles just automatically evolved and gonna tell you some shit that's gonna help you in your life. Because that's not always the case. Because souls do not have to evolve. I want you to understand that you are really in the 1% category if you have chosen to expand your consciousness in this lifetime. Everybody don't do it. It's a choice. It's a free will. And if you've chosen to do it, then well, you are one of the lucky chosen ones on the planet. But it's not required. You can live on this planet and live your life any way you want. No one is sending you to some burning hell. That's not how this works. But we still think that there is this God that is going to come and punish you because you were not good. I'm not telling you to be bad. That's not how this works. I'm not telling you to be bad. I'm not telling you to be reckless and foolish. Your heaven and your hell lives inside of you. Anybody old enough to watch Tom and Jerry? You remember how they used to have the devil and the angel sitting on the shoulder? That was a representation of your consciousness, your own internal consciousness. So you want to know who's judging? Do I got something in my hair? You want to know who's, speaking of judging, you want to know who's judging P. Diddy? And I'm saying this because this is what y'all ain't saying. You want to know who's judging TD Jakes? You want to know who's judging P. Diddy and these men and judging Shannon Sharp? They're judging themselves. Their own soul is judging them. Their own soul is judging them. That's who's judging them. That is who's truly judging them. The people who come in your life, the people who you interact with, you're orchestrating this either for your expansion or for your self-undoing. Now that's a big ass pill to swallow. That's a grown folks pill to swallow. That's one of them, that's a pill about this size to swallow. It's hard. It's hard to say I got to swallow that one. But that's what it is. Not just for them, for us. Use these scenarios of what your mind is feeling like it's being connected to and called to, and apply that in your real life. So when you feel the need to kind of get down and dirty and dig behind the crevices of somebody else's bullshit, speaking of which, because we in bullshit season. Did it kick off right? When did we hit bullshit season? I got to go back and look at the constellations. Maybe somebody can tell me when we got to bullshit season. When we got to bullshit season, we in bullshit. We've been in bullshit season. We in bullshit season. Know that this is for you to take a reflection in your own lives. Because when I seen this story with Shannon Sharp, I had to say to myself, wait a minute. Let me slow down. Let me see if I got some of this bullshit in my life. Sisters, I don't want you to think that this is sex driven, because these just happen to be masculine energy, that these examples are being played out on a large scale, because you will cheat yourself in life if you do that. If you're not also looking at yourself within these games, you can think about it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. If you in chat, look at what just popped up. Look what just popped up. What season are we in? What season are we in? Thank you, Doreen. April 19th. When did a lot of this bullshit happen? And we're about to see more. We're about to see more. Mary J. Blige getting sued by P. Diddy's baby mama. We in this season. Bullshit season. We in that season. That's what's coming out. Because see, there's an up and there's a downside to this season. There's an up and a down to this season. When is P. Diddy's trial? Ain't his trial coming up next week? What season are we in? Bullshit season started on April 19th. I want you to go back and look in your life. April 19th is when we started kicking off, not all of us, but we have to understand the highs and the low of the season. Now, I would love to sit here and tell you it's only abundant season, and that would be facts, but it's also abundantly bullshit season. That's facts too. They go hand in hand. One Up Entertainment, that was your birthday. You kicked off bullshit season. Please tell us, what bullshit did you kick off? What did you abundantly kick off in your bullshit? because it exists there. If you can look at it in both areas, we're in that season. But with this, I'm going to give you guys an example. Let me give you an example. Don't laugh at my artwork. I'm going to try to give y'all an example. Okay. So maybe y'all can understand. Let me see. Let me see if I can do this. Don't put me on the spot. Don't put me on the spot. Okay. We not going to look at Miss Blue's drawings. We're not going to look at the drawing. Not too bad. We're not going to look at it. Look at this. Look at this. This is the bull. And look at this. Look at this. This is what the majority of the world is focused on, this part. Us, we focus on the bull. Don't get so focused on this that you forget about this. I should have been a school teacher, huh? You think they would have liked this? Don't get so focused on this. Y'all know what this is, right? Boys and girls. Let me put a circle around it. Boys and girls, don't get so focused on this that you forget about this. This is the bull. Don't get too focused on this. Focus on the bull and not this. Don't focus on this. So you get my point. You get my point there. We're supposed to be doing readings. Y'all got me over here talking about some bull. That's what y'all got me. But you understand. Hey, Griffin, love you too, Griffin. But you understand what I'm saying. You understand? Yes, Kim. Focus on you. Focus on the power of you and focus on planting these seeds of abundance. If you're just now joining the live, I just want to say welcome to you. I'm going to be taking some more questions. Make sure you go back and listen to the beginning because I give you some questions and some different things that are going on. Hathor came up for you last night and Phyllis Hyman. Well, because there is another side of that. You know, Hathor, this goddess Hathor, which by the way is my given Kemetic name, the goddess Het Heru, you know, she is about beauty. It is that Taurus energy. It is this energy of Taurus. It's about abundance. It's about beauty. It's about all of that. Phyllis Hyman too. And as much as I absolutely love Phyllis Hyman, matter of fact, Phyllis Hyman's main hairstylist did my hair once in Houston, Texas. I went to go visit my brother. My brother was in college at the time. That was the time that I met Tina Knowles. I met Tina Knowles and I seen Beyonce working in her mother's hair salon off of Westheimer up there on Westheimer. It was up there on the corner of Westheimer. Her mother used to have a hair salon there. And I share this story with people often because people say, well, why are you such a big fan of Beyonce and her family, you know, of Beyonce and her mother and them? Because when I had the pleasure of meeting Tina Knowles, who didn't know me from a can of paint and she didn't know my brother, and I needed to get my hair done, me and my friend Jackie. My brother just knew from some of his female friends, lady friends, where there was a good hair salon and told my brother to take us there. We were only visiting we were going to be there, I think, until Tuesday. And we went into the hair salon and I'll never forget it. It was like on a Friday. I want to say Thursday or Friday. Went in the hair salon and Tina was sitting at the desk, Miss Knowles. And my brother introduced himself. We introduced ourselves and asked if they have any stylists available to work on my hair. Y'all don't want to know because I had been playing around with some what do you call it? Used to be this bleach blonde stuff that you would spray in your hair. Like really the white girls did it. And then you would go out in the sun and it would turn your hair blonde. Now I put a rinse in my hair to make it black, but my hair is really a light, sandy blonde. And quiet as it's kept, my hair is almost the same color if of my skin, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Anybody can relate, any sisters, brothers can relate to that. So I had like what now is popular. I had like a honey blonde, a blonde, bleach blonde. I had all these different color strikes. I look like a lion with my hair with all this color. And my brother was like, you got to do something with that hair. That looks crazy because this is before all of that was in. Like I was always ahead of my time and just didn't know it. And so, anyway, we were going to a function with my brother, and my brother told me I could not go with my hair like that. And he was going to pay for me to get my hair done. And so, when I went in the shop, she didn't know us. She had nothing invested in me, my brother, and my friend Jackie. And the person that I see her present herself to be on the internet is the person I met. Like, no cap. I would tell you, I done met some people who were nasty and they are quote unquote celebrities and stars, but she was not. Matter of fact, she was the one, she looked around, she asked some of the ladies in the shop, and she said, if you can come back next week, I can get your hair done for you. And then my brother explained that we were going to be there for a short period of time. And she said, hold on, let me look in my books. Went through her books to see if she could get me in. And she said, I'm all booked up. She said, I wish I could do something for you. Maybe if you leave your number and something comes up with myself or one of the ladies here, we can get you in. And then she gave us suggestions of other recommendations of other stylists in Houston to go to for me to get my hair done. Beyonce was over at the shampoo bowl with the broom sweeping up the hair on the floor. Everybody was friendly in there and they spoke. So when people say to me, it seems kind of odd that Beyonce would come out with some hair care line, it's not odd to me. Her mother used to have a salon, right? Her mother was involved in all kinds of things. She was just as beautiful, gorgeous, and well put together as she is now. In my mind, I remember that being a young, just was I out of high school? I don't even know if if I was out of high school, I was just barely out of high school, right in some fresh years of college when I went. So I remember that. Turns out through those recommendations, my brother ended up finding another stylist. And I can't remember if it was one that Miss Tina Knowles recommended when we were there, because she did give us some recommendations. And my brother told her he was there for college and we were visiting. So she did write down some recommendations. So I can't remember. I have to ask my brother. But anyway, we ended up going to this building. It was late at night near the Galleria. It was on the 20 something floor. I'll never forget this. Went in the building. And when my brother started to talk to the guy, my brother said to him, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Turns out one of my brother's close girlfriends knew this guy. And I guess they had went somewhere and my brother, she was with him and they connected, like got introduced to each other. But my brother vaguely remember having an interaction, and they discovered that they knew this girl together. And when I went into the salon and sat in the chair and he went to go, he said, oh, we're going to have to do something with this hair. I'm going somewhere with this. Stay with me. He said, oh, we got to do something with this hair. He said, it's starting to break off. He said, and what color did you use? He said, I ain't never seen this color before. I looked up on his wall and I seen a lot of celebrities up there. But what stuck out the most, who I thought was the most beautiful woman, one of the most beautiful women in the world, was Phyllis Hyman was up there. Was a big picture of her, and she had signed it and all kinds of stuff. And he had some other pictures of like her magazine covers, album covers. He had a lot of celebrities, but Phyllis Hyman was one of the major, was one of the most he had up on his wall. So that really stuck out. So when he came back and I asked him, I said, wow. I said, you got Phyllis Hyman up there? He said, yeah. He said, I'm one of her main hairstylists. He said, I did her hair on that cover. I did her hair when she did that shoot. I did her hair for that. I did her hair with that. He did all of that. He absolutely did her hair. And at that moment, I surrendered trust because I had some bad experiences with hairstylists. So I had started experimenting once I got older with my own hair because I had some bad hairstylist experiences. And when I sat in that chair, I closed my eyes and no cap. Phyllis Hyman, he was playing her music when I sat in that chair. And he told me, he said, here's what I want to do. He said, I want to dye your hair black. He said, we're going to calm all this down. I'm going to deep condition it. We're going to dye it black. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to need to cut it because this blonde is bleaching it out and doing all kinds of things. And then I'm going to slick it back in a bun for you. I'm going to put it in a nice bun for you. It's going to look classy. It's going to look elegant. You're going to love it. And I trusted him because he was Phyllis Hyman's hairstylist. And I really, really had a strong connection with Phyllis Hyman. And when he got done and dyed my hair black, pulled it back in the bun, because I would always wear my hair like really, because I thick, long hair all in my face. And he pulled it back and I could really, really see my face, just see myself. It was an awakening moment for me. And I never went back. I've kept my hair. Well, I've changed my hair a few times, but primarily I started wearing my hair black permanently from that. I say that because there was a brother in the room now, and he said Phyllis Hyman showed up in his dreams. Here's some of the things that I want to tell you guys. We are all a part of an oversoul group. And two things that is connected. He said had Haru came showed up in his dreams and Phyllis Hyman. Let me see if I can get the question. And Phyllis Hyman showed up in his dreams. When you see these avatars show up in your dreams, right? It is to give you a message. Even when your ancestors come, they are coming for a reason. They're not coming to tell you just that they love you. Now, that may happen when they first pass, but they are coming to share some profound insight with you that can literally be life altering. Whether it's Prince, whether it's Michael Jackson, whether it's Phyllis Hyman, whoever these archetypes are, if they have a body of work that they have left on the planet, their consciousness is still very much alive on the planet. And how you activate that consciousness, because if you're receiving that message and they're coming to you, then they have elected to give you a portion of their consciousness. Just like you see in the animes and the cartoon, when someone passes away, you see their spirit leaves and kind of goes into another person's body. That is them sharing their consciousness with either a bloodline family member or sharing their consciousness with someone in their lineage, within their family structure. When they're showing up, they're letting you know, hey, there is some profound insight for you within the consciousness that I have to activate it. If they're an artist and they sing or they have music, play their music. Take yourself in a meditation. Sit quietly with yourself and really just remain open and start doing some a conscious writing where you just let a stream of consciousness come through you and start to journal. If there is something heavy or something you're seeking a solution, it could be something you need healed. It could be within your physical body or a question or a challenge you're having in your life. Then I want you to bring that question to the table, put their music on, and take yourself in a almost delta state, or maybe I'm saying it wrong. Let me see. You want to take yourself in a conscious state, and it's best to do when you're in a theta or a delta state of consciousness. That's the best time to do it. Another time to do it, if you can't settle yourself to really hear, and you can, by the way, you can do this with your ancestors as well too, but to go in during the womb hours. And I want you all to write this down. The womb hours are between 11:11 p.m. and 3:30 a.m. in the morning. That is a womb hour. This is the great time to do your creation work and manifestation work. A lot of you are waking up during this window and you're getting so excited about the 333. You don't realize that you might have been awake prior to that 333, just tossing and turning. You're in the womb hours. And now, once you start moving past those hours, you start getting into what they would call the melanin hours, or right, or when the portals are open. The cosmic portals are open around 3 a.m. and moving into those hours, but the womb hours are from 11:11 p.m. to about 3:30 a.m. Now, here's the significance of the womb hours. This is when Earth is receptive to taking in your thoughts, your wishes, your manifestations, and your creations. Earth is open to receiving. It's like planting seeds. If you want to break a habit, if you want to get rid of an addiction, if you want to release yourself from a traumatizing relationship, past memories of painful times, hurtful things, if you want to ground yourself for or suffering from any kind of mental disturbance, these are the hours to really go within into a meditation, but a meditation with intention, or a place of stillness with intention during the wound hours of putting your requests. Now, the best season, and I talked about this on a live, is going to be the best season to get into this wound state. Taurus, Capricorn, and Virgo. When the moon are in those phases and during a new moon is the perfect time to tap into that energy. You want to get there. So those hours between 11:11 p.m. and 3:30 a.m. is the time that Earth, because this is the energy coming from Earth. Believe it or not, most of our psychic abilities are coming from Earth. Our psychic impression, excuse me, is coming from Earth. And this is when Earth is open to receive your energy. So if you feel like you've been ungrounded, this is the perfect time to ground yourself. This is the time that you put those wishes and those requests and start doing that work to ground yourself during this time. It's great time for doing ritual work. It's a great time. And a lot of you are being woken up at this time. So if it's something you need to heal in your physical life, it's something you need to do. It is something that you want to tap in. You need clarity. You need understanding of something. You need a solution for something that is going on. This is the time that you tap in during these wound hours, because Earth is open to receive your requests. We often only think about the cosmic skies of granting wishes and things, but Earth plays a very significant role when it comes to grounding and all of these things in Taurus season. So if you find yourself now that you are awakening, you I want you to be awake with an intention, right? You want to be awoke with an intention. So the question is, can you do this on a full moon or just a new moon? Yes, you can do it anytime, but of course we know there's an extra punch that comes along with the full moon. With that full moon. Let's see. Yes, I've been painting my art at that time to make millions off my painting, creating a legacy. There it is. You got to claim that you already have a million before you make it, and not just a million in finances, because soon this world is going to do away with finances and it's going to be something else that takes the place of what we think millions is. And some of those things are going to be things that we talked about earlier. You're a millionaire if you can walk, talk, and think for yourself and make decisions. That's going to be some of the qualifications. Are you a free thinker? Are you a creator? You know, are you able to breathe on your own? We don't tend to think of that, but don't put all of your value into material, because you will lose. You will lose greatly. Oh, you will lose so greatly. You got to know that anything that you are painting, it's not your painting, baby girl. It's the energy and the frequency of you understanding your own worth. Your paintings can't make you millions. What you do can't make you millions. Now, let me digress a little bit because I don't want to go too deep into this, but maybe we can do a class on this, uh, a class on this at some point. But you could be depressed, you could be down, and you can still create heaven on earth. You can. You have to learn how to transmute your energy. This isn't about just being happy 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Does it help? Hell yeah, it helps. But you can be frustrated, angry, sad, depressed. You could be lost, and it still can happen. It still can happen. But we don't have enough time to get into all of that schematics about how it can still happen, but it can. It's because you are a high frequency being, and there's a part of you that is unscathed, that is untouched, that is operating in your highest and greatest energy, even when your mind is not. But see, a big part of that is just understanding that you are more than just your mind and what your mind is telling you to feel, and what your mind is just telling you to feel. You are so much more than that. You understand? So it can happen. Don't think, oh, well, it ain't going to happen to me. I'm sick right now. I'm broke. I just lost my job. I ain't got nothing. Don't want nothing. It can't happen to me. Oh, yes, it can. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. This is where it goes back to that biblical faith. God bless the just and the unjust. That is your higher self looking out for you when you can't look out for yourself. You are never alone. Never alone. You are never unguarded. You are always protected by your own consciousness, whether you know it or not. I think a lot of us will feel more free if we understood that. This isn't about living a journey of just walking around smiling and being happy. I'm not telling you to fake your life. I'm telling you to live your damn life. When you see me and I'm happy, I'm not faking it. I'm happy. When you see me and I'm sad, I'm not faking it. I'm sad. When you see me and I'm hurt, I'm not faking hurt. I'm hurt for real. I'm hurt for real. I have just understand for me in my house, in my temple, we do better when I'm in an elevated frequency. So that's where I choose to be. I choose to be there. And I recognize it's a choice. I recognize that I have the power to be there. Because if I thought that only you made me happy, if I thought only my children made me happy, or my family made me happy, or my man made me happy, people will disappoint you. The world will disappoint you outside of the means of what you see. Your happiness has to be generated from inside. It doesn't mean that you don't allow yourself to feel and to be, but what it does do is it gives you permission and it gives you power to know that you can shift whenever you choose to, and you can be in any state of consciousness that you so well choose to be in. Which one feels good? We have just been taught to live in such a low vibration that we think it's unnatural. And people will tell you it's unrealistic to walk around and be happy all the time. It's unrealistic to be filled with love and light all the time. That's not real. People will tell you that bullshit because they have been trained. What's unrealistic is to be at war 24 hours a day. What's unrealistic is to be in a negative state of consciousness 24 hours a day. What is unrealistic is to always think that there's an enemy chasing you, like you're on the Serengeti somewhere and you got lions and you got cheetahs and panthers and all of these hyenas after your ass and you constantly on the run. That is what is unrealistic, because there is no immediate threat in front of you. Because if it was, your ass wouldn't be here listening to me. You wouldn't be here. You'd be running from that threat that is on your ass. That's what's unrealistic. But the world is trying to train you into seeing the lower aspects of this dimension and making you think it's normal. And it desensitizes you, not just to the world, it desensitizes you to your own powers and what you're capable of. That your frequency don't mean nothing, that you can't change the world. You ever heard of the butterfly effect? Speaking of which, shouts out to Natasha, who's a part of she's been a part of Planet Remix, self-invested, and the futuristic group. She just launched her butterfly effect affirmation cards as well. So shouts out to her as well. So I want you to think about it. I want you to just think about that when you start to convince yourself of what is it, boys and girls? Of focusing on this instead of this. Then you are focusing on this instead of this. You understand? This instead of this. You focusing on the bull shit instead of the bull. They want you to. They want you to think that all of this stuff, all of these things, quote unquote, that you deem to be bad, that you deem is holding you back, is a natural part of your life, and you can't do anything about it. The best you can do is smile, bitch. Smile. That's what you can do about it. You can sit back and you can't change no narrative, not even your own. And that simply is not the case. Simply not the case. So there you go. I know that wasn't a good expression of smile, bitch. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think I'm just speaking truth. I just got through doing the futuristic activation weekly call, and that Libra rising is not, is really coming to light, being that extra honest Ms.Blue, thank you for getting me back on point. You are so welcome. You listen, you never left your point. Don't let nobody trick you out your spot. You ain't leave your point. Nobody trick you out your damn spot. Don't let nobody trick you out your spot. People will tell you they hate where you at so they can come take your damn spot. Then you see them show up where they told you not to be. Told you not to take that class. Told you not to be hanging around them. Told you not to talk to him, her, or they, or them. And they steady trying to talk to them. They steady trying to. So boys and girls, we got to focus on this and not focus on this. They'll try to talk you out of all your shit. Talk you out of leaving your man, leaving your house, leaving your life, so you can come join them. You know, one thing my mother did used to tell me, and I remember this. And when I was little, we didn't understand it, but she would say, misery loves company. It's like, what do you mean misery loves company? Misery loves goddamn company. Misery loves company. Misery don't never want to be alone. So I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. All right. Did we have more questions? I don't know if we have more questions, but let's get those likes up. We got like 144 y'all in here. Are y'all liking and subscribing? I don't know if I got no new subscribers. It's all right. Don't let me tell y'all about how the folks trying to hold us back. Can't nobody hold me down. Ain't nobody gonna kill. I don't know the song, so let me not sing it. But again, I want to remind you how many of you are really, really, really enjoying Sky Quest. It is here for you. Futuristic activation class. We will be having our message. We're going to do it this month. Last month, listen, Linda. Last month was something serious. This month, we're going to get a little pause, but we ain't going to stay too long. We're not staying too long in this pause because, baby, we got 3 months, Dougie Fresh, 3 months. And we got to be like 50 cents. We got to be fully focused. Fully focused. Fully focused. You guys are loving the Sky Quest. For everybody who's doing the Sky Quest, please make sure you go. Leave a review. And how many people are still on the Veil Breaker? Listen, still breakthrough with the Veil Breaker. Thank you. Keep using your Veil Breaker. Your Veil Breaker, your liquid magic. If I get enough feedback, and I'm just using the site, then I'll do it again next month. Y'all let me know. Let me know. So tell everybody who purchased it, because it's sold out. They need to share their thoughts. Share their thoughts on it. That's all right. Better late than never, Abdullah. Here go the link to Sky Quest. And that's another thing. I'm not telling you guys because it's a lot of brothers and sisters doing amazing work, but you can't be afraid to invest in yourself. You invest in McDonald's, Burger King. Okay. That was a low blow. I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to say that. I forgot where I was at. I mean, you invested in Whole Foods. You invested you invested in the food you eat. You invested in the people you live in. Invest in yourself, because everything that I create is to empower you. And there are so many tools that you can get for less than what it would cost. For less than what it would cost to rent a movie on Netflix, or for you to have a cup of coffee, or to drink you a latte or a matcha or some juice. You can have a lifetime tool that once you take this tool and work with it and activate it and invest in yourself, it can change your life forever. And I have done my very best to make sure that it is available for everyone. So for less than $1 a day, you can activate some things within yourself that nobody can take away from you. And I'm telling you, I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand why we scared to invest in ourselves. But I know what it is. When I start putting those prices back up to thousands of dollars, that's when y'all come running. So maybe I'm the fool here. Maybe I'm the dummy here. Maybe I'm the one that got it twisted. I'll look at that. But I'm just saying, invest in yourself. These things work. Go check out the reviews. Don't be afraid to invest in yourself. You'll invest in yourself, not just in your physical well-being. That's important, but also invest in yourself, in your internal self, because you're creating from inside out, not outside in. Invest. Some of you come, you ask 100 questions, but you won't sign up for a reading. You won't take a class. You won't buy no digital downloads. You just, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I want to help you help yourself. That's what I am here to help you help yourself. That's what I want. I want what you want. So it's here for you. Check it out. If something calls you, if something feels connected, please don't do anything that don't call you. I'm not saying you got to get help here, but I'm asking you, you telling me for $1.10 a day, you can't invest $1.10 for 30 days in yourself. Of course you can, but you're choosing not to. And I'm not saying, maybe you feel like it ain't the thing for you, whatever that is for you. I'm not saying you have to come here because, like I said, I am blessed to have lived a time where there are so many brothers and sisters out here doing powerful work. It's important that you find a place where you can go and get things that will help you transform, that will help you have the freedom you want, to help you be able to create the way you want to create in your life, not just lip service. Not that that's not important. I'm always up for a good key. I want to sit back. I want to physically analyze the whole world. I think it's powerful. And in the right mindset, that can be healing, that can be transforming. But a lot of times we're starting to take this spiritual community. This has become the new entertainment. Did y'all know this? This is the new Hollywood. Okay. Don't say I didn't tell you. This is the new Hollywood. Yeah, old Hollywood shut down, and the spiritual community is the new Hollywood. I'm going to let them apples and grapes roll around in you for just a second. So you have to keep your head on the swivel out here. So you are not jumping into any pocket just because people know how to say key words and they haven't shown improved and have a track record of people who have shown improve, who have been connected with them, worked with them, and done the work. Not just lip service, not just telling you something. No. No. They got to have not just cosmic receipts that you can go to Mars and get, but physical receipts in their real life. And I'm not talking about numbers, because numbers can be manipulated just like people can be manipulated. I'm talking about within your own discernment, within your own consciousness, you can be that testimony for yourself. You understand? That's right. You know where to come. That's right. Absolutely. So we want to spread the word. We want to spread the word. You understand? You understand? We want to spread the word. And so I want you all to know that these things are here. As long as I feel called to still create and inspired to create, I will. You all know me. I don't make up things and just throw classes out. I don't do that just for doing its sake. I walk the walk and talk the talk. And if you haven't seen that, don't worry. All you got to do is watch me work. Watch others around me who is around me work. Watch them work. Now, remember, we are a soul family, and quiet as is kept, 8 million deep. Some are some of the worker bees, and some are just here because this is where the real light is. And some tap in when they know they need to get what they need to get. Some come and visit. You know how you don't see your family on a day to day basis? They live in different parts of the world. We're all over the place, all over the place. I didn't do this by myself. This is a we job. This is all of us together. I can truly say we here. I didn't build this by myself, but I do sit at the responsible head of what has been built here. So don't take yourself for granted. Don't take your life for granted. Don't take your gifts for granted. Don't wait until tragedy happens and all of a sudden now you want to figure out how to ground, how to tap into your intuition, how to connect yourself. Don't wait until sickness hit. Don't wait till someone you love needs your love and support and now you need to know these skills and things to do. Because if you're doing them for yourself, on a day to day basis and you're practicing it, you're living it, not acting it out. I'm not asking you to perform. It doesn't require a special outfit. It doesn't require a special hairstyle. It doesn't require a special motif, a tattoo, a different part of the world, the country. It doesn't. Now, if you're feeling called to do that naturally, because there are some of you that is your calling, you are walking the walk and talking the talk, you are living that lifestyle. I will tell you guys, one of the very first people out of all the people who've been around me that was really about that life for real, that I met was the goddess Rainwater. She was living her truth. She was walking her truth. How you see she is online is how she lives her life in real life. And she hasn't missed a step. She hasn't missed a step. And I've been knowing her for over 15 years. She hasn't missed a step. What you see her do online, if you were to pop in her life, she's doing that. Me, the way I am, if you were to pop in my life, you would bust out laughing and say, Ms.Blue say she be doing that. Yep, Ms.Blue say she do that. Yep, Ms.Blue say you gonna see me half the time right here, like I am in that video, showing y'all what I'm doing. I'm on a call. I'm talking with people. I'm doing readings. I'm doing this. I'm on a call. I'm doing this. I'm traveling here. I'm traveling there. I'm doing that. I'm doing the work. I'm doing this. I'm in the bed. I'm snuggled up. I'm Netflix and chilling. I'm doing that. And that's why I tell you that statement I read earlier about understanding about your character and your integrity, to know that you're living the life, not pretending your life. You don't have to pretend. I know when we're first getting started, we kind of got to psych ourselves into this because some of us have been through a lot of trauma and had a lot of things happening. But I don't want you to stay in the pretend state. I want you to move out of the pretend state and step by step and move by move and action by action, you start living your life for real, and not because you're doing it for the gram or you're doing it for YouTube, because that's who you really are. And it doesn't matter if no one sees it. That's what you really think. That's how you really feel. That's how you really act. This is really who you are. Now, I will admit, listen, when you see me in person, I have to tell the truth. I have to tell the truth. I don't speak as harshly as I do now. I will tell you, I'm a little bit more shy. I'm a little bit more reserved in person. I am. I am. I really am. I'm a little bit more, a little bit more demure. And sometimes I'm demure here. And then sometimes she spits fire, I spit fire. In real life, there are people who will tell you, oh, she spits fire for real. She will go from 1 to 1,000. I will do that. Now that I've come in a little to more of me, I don't do it as often. It's very few things that gets me in that way. But I'm just telling you, I want you to live your life for real. I don't want you to perform. I want you to live it. I want you to look back and really, when you telling that story, when you saying that shit, it's for real. It ain't, you wasn't performing. You're not acting. And I'm not talking about when we're in avatar mode, because depending on what kind of work you do, you may need to be an avatar, especially if you're trying to reach people. Hey, I might have answered something for myself. I don't think I'll change, but who knows? When I'm in, maybe I'll get an avatar. I'll have avatar day. That's why we got Halloween and we dress up in costumes. I'm not talking about the history of Halloween. I'm talking about what Halloween became. It's so you can perform. That's why kids want to be who they look up to when Halloween comes. Nobody wants to be someone they hate. So if your child want to dress up like Chucky, you might want to watch his ass. Is it Chucky? Why do I keep saying Chucky? Or he want to dress up like Jason. You understand that there's a part of him inside of there. Want to say welcome to King Simon. Welcome on in the building. Thank you for being here. Doreen said, and that's why she's the fucking oracle. I'm going to hear you saying that in my head for a while. Absolutely. If I don't claim to be who I am, then who's going to do it? Oh, trust me, it's a lot who will attempt to do it. But that's what I'm telling you. Be who you are for real. And sometimes what you're really looking for is not you acting or performing. You're attempting to express a part of you never knew existed. I'm looking forward to another part of Blue that I haven't tapped into. I'm looking forward to discovering that. That's the shadow that they keep telling you about. Remember, there's gems in the shadow. They want you to think the shadow is only scary, evil, dark, hidden, suppressed shit. That's only a fraction of your shadow. It's a lot of good things in your shadow. It's a lot of good things in your shadow. Jose 007 said, I used to be myself for Halloween. Sound like there was a little bit of ego identity trying to break through. And I say that in the most positive way, because you were trying to discover parts of yourself you didn't know existed, but you knew you were somewhere in there. And your ego was trying to help you break free. See, there is a positive aspect to the ego. You don't want to kill your ego, because if you killed your ego, you won't do shit. If you want to know if you succeeded at killing your ego, it's a couple of things that you're doing right now. And if you're doing this, I want you to understand, if you're sitting around and all you do is stare off into la la land, and you have no desire to be, to do, to act, to respond, to accept, to speak, to talk, to teach, to heal, nothing. Nothing. Oh, you didn't kill your ego. If you don't want to get dressed, if you have no interest in taking care of any part of yourself or anywhere you stay. Now, the world would say you're depressed. I would beg to differ. I would think that someone tricked your ass out of your ego and to get rid of it. And you did. And now you realize it's difficult for you to even get up in the morning and get yourself together. Because you need an ego to do that. You need an ego to want to put on clothes. You need an ego to get you some fly ass glasses. You need an ego to want to heal your body. If you don't have an ego, then if somebody tell you you sick and you got this, you just gonna sit there and accept it. You ain't got an ego. You don't care. But quiet as it's kept, and what they don't tell you is to be here on planet Earth, it requires that you have an active ego. It requires that you have an active ego, not an unhealthy ego. I ain't trying to tell you to, get out here and start doing a doing a Shannon Sharp or whatever he's accused of doing. I'm not telling you to do that. An active, healthy ego, because that textbook definition of ego got you fucked up. Boys and girls, too busy focused on this with the ego and not this. You understand? You understand? If you don't have an ego, you ain't doing none of that. Some people think that having an ego just means that you're in the negative aspect of it. That's not what an ego is. No, no, no. There's a healthy side of the ego. There's a healthy side of an ego that helps you to understand that you have power, that you can create your own life, that you can change anything at any given moment. That's ego. That you can heal your physical body. That's ego. Ego helps you to understand that shit that happened when you were 12, you can get over that. Ego helps you understand you can get over that. Ego helps you understand that we are past that. Your ego helps you understand that. Ego helps you to understand that we ain't got to keep living the same way we live in. Ego, a healthy ego helps you to understand. A healthy ego helps you understand that you have a purpose and you are valuable. This is what a healthy ego helps you understand. But they want you to stay stuck in that textbook definition, which is an aspect of the ego. It's a lower aspect of the ego. I'm not talking about the lower aspects. We don't do nothing basic here. Ain't nothing about us basic. I'm talking about the higher aspect of the ego. Would ego be the will? The ego is not the will, but it is connected to the will. It is. It's connected to the will, but they're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. But do we function better with the healthy ego, with our willpower? Absolutely. The truth is they go hand in hand. They like twins. Y'all like to say soulmates? I don't want to use that, but they twins. They twins. They ain't exactly the same. They fraternal twins. Think of it that way. Everyone has willpower. It's just that some people use their willpower. What is it, boys and girls? To focus on this instead of this. Some people use their willpower for this and not this. That's the difference. That's the difference. The moment you seize the opportunity to know that you are creating your world, you are co-creating the world you live in. The moment you get that understanding, you will make different decisions about things in your life. You will. You will make different decisions, make different choices in your friendships and relationships. You will make different choices about how you act and you don't act. And that takes practice. That takes practice. And it can look messy, very messy at times. But remember, your mess often turns you into a messenger. So if you're someone here who has a messy past, that's a great opportunity for you to become the messenger. Because you got a lot of shit you can, boys and girls, you'll have a lot of this that you can talk about. You'll have a lot of this. A lot of this. A lot of it. Is there a difference between an April Taurus and a May Taurus? Absolutely. There's a difference between people born in April and people born in May. There are different, what they would call decans. If you are in the first decan of a Taurus, then it's mostly self and personal driven. Second decan, you start to move out a little bit, and that is more connected to more collective, you know? And the third decan is going to kind of be a combination in most cases of the two. But there are no two individuals on this planet, even if you were born at the same time, the same date, and the same year, in the same place. There are no two beings on the planet that are exactly alike. You have 12 mansions. You are all the zodiac signs. And the moment we start to understand that, yes, there is significance in understanding your sun sign, your moon sign, your rising sign, your north node, south node, your true zodiac, your moon sign. Did I say that already? Your ascendant, your north node, your south node. Yeah, it's power in all of them to understand where the placements is, and every single one of your mansions. And there are many, 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 many different houses within those mansions. Yeah. Well, you ain't the only one that's been saying it for years. There is a whole eons of ancestors and those who have been doing the work longer than ourselves who have been saying it. And that's one of the ways that I came into my understanding of it. You know, we are all signs, all of it. Is there things more prominent than one person than the next? Yeah, it is. Are there different gifts that have been bestowed to us because we have chosen to be birthed under certain signs? Absolutely. Absolutely. Otherwise, we would be Stepford wives, you know? We would be Stepford wives or Stepford husbands or Stepford people or children. We would be all identical. The goal is not to be identical. The goal is to recognize you are uniqueness, and your unique particle makes up the whole. So this all is one. I think people kind of got that twisted in the conscious community. All is one, but make no mistake, there is a very big difference between me and you. Nicki Minaj told us that. Because I'm not the one, the two, or the three. I'm not even in no category of being the same as anybody, and neither are you. But they want you to think that because that helps you to stay small, that keeps you from breaking free, and that keeps you from being responsible. I don't have to be responsible if I say you are me and I am you. I ain't got to be responsible for me. Because when some shit goes down, that's we. That's we. That's all we. That ain't me. That's we. You ever seen people talk and they say we and us, thee and they? Never speak in first person. That's a program that's running to trick you out of your power. Because when you start saying I am, there's a level of responsibility or I. But they want you to think that ego, and that's negative for you to think about yourself. How dare you think about yourself? You're supposed to treat yourself like shit and treat everybody else well. Be a good person, and you'll go to heaven one day. You'll be blessed by doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying. Levi, you can get a whole astrology class right now, baby. I mean, you can, but you ain't going to get it by saying that. If you know you are a sun, think of it this way. Sun is in Taurus, Cancer rising, Moon in Aquarius. Mhm. How do you grasp that? You live with you every single day. Every single day you live with you. And all the rest of it that you bring along with you. All of it. All of it. All of it. You have some beautiful, powerful aspects of yourself. Study you. Study you. Study you first. Study you first, and then it will make sense. Get an astrology reading. Get an astrology reading. And I also want us to never forget this, and I taught this in the astrology class. You are affecting your astrology as much as your astrology is affecting you. Do you realize that there's aspects of each sign that has not been discovered yet? It is waiting for a being to come on this planet to say, I am going beyond what the fuck you think about a sun Taurus. Yeah. And then all the other Tauruses start doing this. They stop focusing on this part of being the Taurus, and then they start focusing on that part of the being the Taurus. Same thing with the Cancers. They stop focusing on this part of the Cancers, and they start focusing on this part of being Cancer. It's still so much about who we are that we don't understand. Astrology is not here to lock you in. It's a tool. It's not here to define you. You are God. You are supposed to define how you're using that tool in your life. We've got to elevate our language. No, we don't. I digress. I would suggest you elevate your life because I'm elevating mine. I'm not getting ready to let you pull a chart and try to tell me what defines me. That's not what I use the charts for. I use the chart as a tool. Let me see how I can navigate. This is the weather outside. I know what I want to do. It's not dictated by that chart. It was raining here, tornado watch, all kinds of stuff on outside. That's something for me to consider as an operating soul being, sovereign being on the planet. I'm not letting that dictate what I do. I'm taking that as a tool to learn how to create and navigate with what I want and desire to be, do, and express and create in this world. But it doesn't dictate me, it doesn't define me. Can it be used to help people who are a little outside of themselves, who've never been able to see themselves? It's a tool, just like numerology. Somebody, the brother King Simon is here as well too. I use numerology as well, and astrology. What they don't tell you is once you start getting into a practice that you love, you get access to all of the shit. You ain't got to be an astrologer. I guarantee you, if you talk to King Simon, you're going to say, well, damn, do you do astrology? Because you will see how they all meet together. But if you ain't doing no work, you think these are all separate things, just like signs. You think these signs are all separate things. You think tapping into the Akashic records and psychic powers is different from being an astrologer. When you're a good astrologer and you love your craft and you get into it, your psychic abilities will come online. Your multisensory energy will start. All of it will start to open. It doesn't matter how you get in the mansion. Just get your ass in. Just go in. Just get inside. I used to tell the priestess that. Who cares what dominant clair you got? So what you can't see? So what you don't get visions? Maybe you feel things. Maybe you hear things. Maybe you taste things. Maybe you smell things. It don't matter how you get in, because if you keep working with that, eventually you'll have access to everything. Like I was saying, Doreen's amazing astrology. That astrology, she done tapped into her intuition and it goes beyond astrology. It works that way for all the crafts. Anybody who has studied a craft, that's like talking to somebody and say, "Oh, you work out? Oh, so you's an arm guy." But I guarantee you he can tell you about all the equipment in the gym, even if he don't use it. Because that exposure to being in that frequency and vibration, the people he may not be a person training for the Olympics, but he knows the difference when he looks at a person that has an athletic body and someone who's building a bodybuilder body just from being in that environment. This is what the practice is about. You're not practicing so you can prove shit to the world. You're practicing so you can hone in on your craft and your skill so you can expand your consciousness. And then you can feed that into anything. There are literally people out here that are farmers that can give your ass a reading that'll make you shake in your boots. They don't have to call themselves an astrologer, a numerologist, or a healer because maybe that's not what they're being called to call themselves. But it doesn't mean that they're limited to that. And that's why I tell you, don't cut your face off, your nose off to spite your face. Don't say, "Oh, I'm going to leave this whole world behind and I'm just going to focus on spirituality." And that ain't really what's calling you. What's calling you may be to be a doctor. And maybe you, that doctor, that even though you understand the medical world and the Western medicine, but when you're seeing patients, you doing a scan on them. You looking at their birthday, you pulling up their astrology chart. And all of this is your inner workings that's happening behind the scenes. Don't let a title or a new planet sexy trick you out of your greatness. Because I told you the spiritual community, the conscious community, that's been the new Hollywood for the last 5 years. Quiet as it's kept. That's where Hollywood moved. It moved from that low dimensional world into this high frequency world. It is a theatrical Hollywood play going on every moment in the conscious community. All you got to do is get on social media or walk around in these cities, in these streets. It is Hollywood all over again. It's just cloaked underneath something else. So you have to be invested in you. It's so important. Don't let these titles, don't let these performers. And just because they dress like in streetwear like me, that don't mean we can't be performing. I don't perform. Don't let, your mother ain't never told you or your father, don't judge a book by its cover. That's code word for you need to learn how to read energy very well. Have discernment because people are very intelligent and facts are everywhere. We are in the age of Aquarius. You understand? AI is here, baby. The door is open. You can walk through if you want. It is no information on this planet that you are not seconds away from finding out for yourself. The difference for having a mentor, a teacher, a guide, somebody that you can trust is that they come with a spirit and a soul, and they can give you an in-depth that AI can't give you, that someone acting can't give you, won't give you. And they can give you something that you can really feel and transform your life with. That's the difference, because information alone does not and will not cause transformation. Just because you know a lot of shit, just because you can remember a lot of shit. And me, I ain't good at remembering a lot. But those of you who are smart and you can spit them facts and them dates and you can remember shit, that don't mean you know it because you can remember it. That means you're very good at remembering, and that is a skill. And we need people in certain positions that can remember shit. We need that person that can tell us the dates, the facts, the times, the place. But if you're looking to that person to be your guide, you might be slipping, because that don't mean that they've done the real work with the shit that they popping off telling you. That don't mean that. That means that they can remember it. So it's best to not hold anybody in that light. Hold yourself in that light. And then you'll be able to recognize real. You know when truth hits your ass. But if you don't know who you are, you don't know when truth hits you. You don't know. You're just listening to what people telling you. You're just doing what people said. You making somebody else's truth your truth. And you want to know why you lost and you can't figure out shit and nothing's not working because you're not owning your own truth. And so the things that I teach and many other teach, I want to empower you. I want you to learn how to do a reading for you. I want you to participate in your life more than anything and anyone else. That's the only way it's going to work. If you really want to be about this work. Now, if you just out here bullshitting, playing, smoking, having fun, then keep going. Keep going. Don't stop, because you are here for us to see too. We need people like you that ain't growing, that don't want to grow, that don't want to transform, and don't want to do no real work. We need you to keep showing up. We do, because you serve a purpose too. And it's not everybody's thing. You can live your whole life and not know shit about you, but how to go to work, how to pay bills, how to live, how to eat, go back and forth and just live your life and think you have no choice and no options. Some people did not come back to do anything. It's not required. It doesn't mean you're going to go to hell. It doesn't mean you're going to burn in hell. It doesn't mean you're going to reincarnate. You're not going to get punished if you aren't a good boy or a good girl here. You're not going to be forced to come back here. That's some other bullshit they told you. It sounds good. Oh, I didn't do good. So they sent me back to Earth. I got to do it all over again. That's not how it worked. You are a sovereign being, and you were sovereign before you came here. Nobody forced you. No one held a gun to your head. None of that. You chose to come here. Earth is not a punishment. It's a choice. It is a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice. It's a choice. And just like you chose to come here, you can choose to come somewhere else. You ain't got to come back here. You ain't got to come back here. You ain't have to come here. You could have went somewhere else. It's a whole lot of places in the galaxy. Not many, though, that you can kind of have your sexy body. Ain't too many places that really have a body. It's a few places, but not many. Not many where you can have a body, emotions, and a mind. You don't really need none of that when you kind of leave and go other places. You don't really need that. You don't need a body in other places. You don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need feelings and emotions in another place. And definitely you don't need free will. You don't need free will because you understand that your will, you understand who you are. But see, here on earth, you get a chance to play with a little bit of your soul. You get a chance to play with your free will. You understand? It's a training ground for the gods. It's a training ground for us. See how we flex in who we know we are. You understand? We all get to do that. Everybody does. It's their free will. So, that's it. So when people say they want to change the world, that's code word for I want to change my life. And I think that's a beautiful thing because I definitely have changed my life. Who I was 20 years ago before I started this journey, I'm not her. I love her. She's still with me, but I'm not her. I have grown because this is also a planet that if you're not growing, you are dying. That's it. I'm ready to be out of my body. You ready to be out of your body? Look, ain't nobody keeping you here. And I'm not advocating for that. I'll give you a number. I'll give you a number to call. Okay. I'll give you some work, because that's what they say we're supposed to do on planet Earth when people say they don't want to be in their body no more. Just go on and tap that link right there I sent you. And that's going to help you right there. It's going to help you get a greater understanding. Tapped into some of that digital magic right there, because no one is keeping you here. No one's holding you hostage. No one's keeping you here. And you're not going to get punished. You're not going to get punished for nothing. I know we all like to think that, but everyone who leaves the planet, from my understandings from guides and teachers, everyone who leaves the planet, it is self-doing, period. Self-doing. That's it. It's self-doing. I want to say thank you to Priestess Gwen for that super chat donation. And I think I done said enough tonight. Well, class, before we leave, what are we going to focus on? We not going to focus on this. We going to stay focused on this because it's Taurus season. And when did the bullshit start? On April 19th. We are in Taurus season and we want to be we want to reap the benefits of Taurus season. We don't want to be stuck focusing on this and not focusing on this. We want to be focused on this and not focused on that. So it's a great time to manifest. It's a great time to tap into the womb hours. 11 p.m. to 3:30 a.m. is the womb hours. It's when Earth is receiving our frequencies, our intentions, our requests for creation, shifting, manifesting. This is shift season, shit and shift season. Either you're going to shift or you're going to shit. Which one are you going to do? You're going to be shifting, class? Say it with me, boys and girls. Are we shifting or are we shitting? We are not going. I hope we can stay out of this part of the class. We don't need no more shitting going on. We need shifting to happen. That's what we need. We need the S's to happen, but we need the shift to happen and not the shit to happen. That's what we're looking forward to. So I'm glad y'all enjoyed me. You know, futuristic class, stand up. You'll understand when you listen to the horoscopes. When you listen to the activation points in all of the 12, you'll understand. So you want to be shifting this season, not focusing on the. Well, if y'all really enjoyed this live, let's run these numbers up. I want to get this message out to as many people who want to. Don't send it to people. Listen, boys and girls, do not. Mama don't want you sending it to people who want to get into this. Only people who want to. Now, they can be into this, but they need to be willing to come over and focus on this. Okay? So if they're here, tell them you want to help them get here. If that's where they're trying to be, we're going to help them get out of this and get in this. Okay? All right, boys and girls. This has been great. Romper Room is open. I don't have my magical mirror, but I have my head Haru scepter. I'm going to give y'all some vibes before y'all leave. Make that frequency come alive. Oh, I had a good time. I trust that you all did too, and that we learned something from each other here. And it's good to have fun and not to take yourself so serious, right? We don't have to take ourselves serious anymore because we know that we are from the star Sirius. And with that, it comes insight, it comes realization, it comes with the era of understanding, a whole era of understanding. Once you start to realize that you are greater than where you are right here, it opens up a whole new dimension for you, a whole new level of understanding, right? Of who you are and what you're capable of, you know? So it's time that we love ourselves and keep loving ourselves. And at the same time, don't bullshit ourselves, because this is the season to be in the reality of what's going on so that we can pivot, so we can shift and get out of the bullshit if that be the case. But it's never too late. That's not it. It's never too late. It's always an opportunity. And at any given moment, you can change your life. You can heal your life if that's what needs to be healed. You can. Someone said, Hopi Indian. Yeah. No, this is actually a sistrum that was made the same way, hand carved in Egypt, the same way as the goddess Hathor was, that they found in the tombs thousands and thousands of years ago. And this came to me, it was a gift from Egypt. That's what this is. Corey, you want to get a reading from me? Click the links up top. Right now, I have the Oracle file reading, and I absolutely love doing readings. I've done them for years and years and years. And some of you are kind of new to me, so I'll just kind of give this short preference here. At one time, my reading list was um, more than 3 years long. I have since moved into teaching more classes, creating digital download products so that you can learn how to do these things for yourself. I still do work with people, and a lot of the people I work with, these are people who have some sort of manifestation of something in the physical on this planet. Something either in their physical body or in their or being challenged physical with in their mind. And I still am working on a list to kind of bring that list down. But I'll honestly tell you, I know that what I do is not special, not in that way. I'm not saying I'm not special, baby. I know my worth. But what I'm trying to tell you is I understand as a teacher, one of the things that I love to do is to show you how you can do this too. That's why most people who get a reading from me, they probably will only get one and no more than 3 in their whole lifetime. Because that one reading I give you, it's gonna change your life, and I give you enough homework, and I've been doing this for over 16 years, that some people still have not completed all of their homework I have given them for a reading. But there's a way that you can get an Oracle Files reading from me, and the link is above, right? And that's where I give you a recording back from the reading, and you get about 16, 17 minutes in that recording. And that recording is straight from the Akashic records, your Akashic records, the premier files, and they're within the Oracle files because I'm giving it to you orally, Oracle files. You're going to get that. You're going to get the vibration. You're going to get that. And anyone, you can go read the reviews. I'm going to let my work speak for itself. For those of you who are in line, still waiting for your visionary guidance session, that's another one. That session, those sessions are like 3-4 hours long. And that session opens when spirit tells me, source tells me to open those sessions. Because everyone who got a visionary guidance sessions, those are those who were carrying the seeds of the visionaries at that time. They're carrying that seed. And so I will be doing those again, but I have started to infuse that into the galactic e-files. I have infused that into the futuristic activation class, which is open, and I'm going to leave it open all year. You can join at any time, and you will have access to the materials when you join. Yes, we're in the 5th month, but we still have many months of the year to go. We're going to meet 4 times. We've only met once, and we're going to have another meeting with the futuristic group that's coming up in this month of May. I send weekly energy, galactic energy reports out. I give you a packet to work with your own blueprint. You have a daily Cloud9 sheet that helps you align. All of these things are designed to activate your own powers, and everyone working with it have seen themselves grow. They are becoming more intuitive. They are becoming more active in their lives. They are really owning their self-love, and they're seeing their growth and their power, and they're creating their life. They are bringing heaven down to earth. It's a practice. They're healing themselves. They're transforming themselves, not because I say. You can go read what they are telling you. And this is why I say we have to learn how to invest in ourselves. And it's a lot of powerful brothers and sisters on the planet where you can find work that you can do that really is some good work. That I'm proud at this point to say on the planet that there are some proud readers out here on this planet. After the reading, if you feel that there's more to life, would it be possible for me to change my destiny, or add to it, should I say, or add to it, should I say? Absolutely. There's a way that you can change your destiny. Yeah, many people have turned in their old destiny, and now they have a new blueprint. And so what you're looking for now is, how do I read my new blueprint? That's when a lot of people are being woken up, is that they decided what their old blueprint was that they came to earth. They don't want that divine blueprint anymore. I have been teaching this for years in my Akashic record readings and premier files, and they're turning it in. You want to know what size shoe you wear, Levi? I understand. You need attention, just like Levi did in the Bible. I don't know if you've ever read that story about Levi in the Bible, but your name is Levi, and Levi in the Bible. You know, you should study Levi in the Bible so you can understand where you're at on your path and your journey. I know you think you joking, but you ain't joking. You ain't joking. You serious. You serious. You are serious. You are very serious. But study Levi in the Bible. In the book of Genesis. You need to study that, because it tells you Levi's story is marked by both acts of anger and divine transformation, showing how God can use individuals to fulfill his purpose. You need to read that. It's gonna rock your world, Levi. And I don't say that often. And you'll figure out what size shoe you wear then. But I think that's profound that you brought that up, because shoes at one times used to be used as currency. So it's so many things that you can get and that you can do at this time. Don't sleep on yourself, and don't be afraid to invest in yourself, because the greatest investment you can make is in yourself. And sometimes that's the investment we don't want to make, because I truly believe when you are the one who knows, you're the one who is responsible. And sometimes we just don't want to be responsible, and I get it. Sometimes life has dealt us a blow that we think that we haven't been involved in, and we don't want, the last thing we want is to be responsible. We don't want to be responsible for shit. So we'll joke our life away until it ain't funny no more. Oh, let's see. Miss Blue, I called in a few years ago and you gave me a reading on the show. It was really interesting and accurate. I'm still learning. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm still learning too. uh, thank you, Miss Blue. I've been told to follow myself so I may buy a what's that? A crystal ball and see what happened since reading cards are not my gift. Yeah, keep looking at it because I want you to understand that reading cards and all these things, these are tools. I would recommend that you start with oracle cards. That's why I created my oracle deck because oracle cards, it forces you to go within your own consciousness. It does. And then sometimes here's the thing. There are great teachers out here that can not give you a shortcut, but give you a deeper understanding. No one is meant to do everything by themselves, right? Because we would not be able to survive if it was a world of I don't need shit. You know, there was one time on the planet where people believed the only thing you need is your melanin. And quiet as it's kept, that's a lie. That's a lie. You need more than just you and your melanin. That's a rough ass road to try to force yourself to know everything and be everything by yourself without having any inside influence. And the truth is, we're all influencing each other. But you do need to use your discernment about who you will take those influences from and who you will trust and who you can find that you can receive and be able to learn from. Because everyone has the ability to teach you something. And if you miss that point, it's a rough ass road. It's like riding a bull. It's hard. Very few people can stay on a bull for more than 3 minutes. I ain't seen no one. Very hard to ride a bull like that. That's a rough ass road. When people say I need to see it for myself, I told my son this and my kids when they were younger. You don't want to be that person that got to learn the lesson for yourself. Some shit you can learn from a distance. There are some things, lessons you can learn from a distance. You don't want to have to experience every lesson you got to learn because that shows that your intelligence level is not high. That's not a high level of intelligence. We ain't even going to get to the intuition part, but that's a low level of intelligence to think that all you need is your fucking melanin. Shit. Good luck with that. Good luck with that because I ain't seen nobody successfully do it. Never. Mm-mm. They had someone. They may not want to tell you who that person is, but they done had someone to mentor, to teach, to be able to learn from, to understand, to work with, to help them along the way. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Brittany said, love the share tonight, Miss Blue. You definitely spoke to me as my higher self has been. Knowledge is power, but using it is mastery. Absolutely. And using knowledge, not to jump on anybody's parade, but I'm gonna speak my truth tonight, if that's all right with y'all. Using knowledge is not even mastery. Using knowledge is not mastery. It's not guaranteed mastery. But coming into the understanding and being able to embody it is mastery. Because I can have knowledge and I can use it. That doesn't cause transformation. And mastery is transformation. You don't get to that transformation stage until you do the alchemy, until you get the understanding. That's why the nation will tell you knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You got to get to that level. You don't get to mastery until you have that understanding of it. And then you can begin. because knowledge, I can repeat knowledge. I can use knowledge that I get from anybody right now. You understand? But we have to do the alchemy, and it's got to stick. Sometimes we want to be a one-hit wonder. Ooh, I got that lesson right one time. Now I can get back out here and wild out. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. That would be taking knowledge, using it one time, and then going right back to where you started because you didn't do the alchemy. Because, see, when you do the alchemy and you transform, you're not the same. And so, therefore, whatever circumstances and situations, it can't even energetically come into your sphere again. You're not even going to allow that anywhere in your universe again because you have the understanding of it. You have moved on. You have mastered that. You are at another level of where you're seeking the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. That has been cleared. You're not worried about that. You're not scared that somebody's going to come and trick you with some shit you done mastered. No, 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 no. So I just want to kind of give my take on that. But everybody's free to have theirs, and that's the beauty of it. But I can share with you what I have learned and what I've learned from working for thousands and thousands of people all over the world, from working with them, that I have seen, I have witnessed, I have taught, and I have learned from. Yeah. So we good. We good. We better than good. Why are we better than good? We're going to say this and we're going to get out of here, class. Because y'all ain't kept me here for, no, y'all ain't keep me here. I kept myself here for 4 hours. We're going to make sure we ain't focus on this. And during Taurus season, we're going to be focused on this. Mm-hmm. 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 That's what we're going to do. We're going to say what we mean, and we're going to mean what we say. We're going to walk the walk and talk the talk in real time, not an afterthought. Real time. Real time. We're going to show up as the superior beings that we are. And that doesn't make anyone else inferior. It doesn't. So we're going to have some fun too. So next time, we're going to have a little bit more fun. We're going to have some fun. Maybe we're going to go to the club. Maybe we'll go to the club sometime this week. Let's see if we can fit a club in there. So y'all know you're gonna find me in the club. We're gonna open up the Oracle's house. And we're gonna go in there. We're gonna spin a little, we're gonna get on the ones and twos, play a little music. You guys needed this. We're gonna play, I know, 4 hours. Say it again, babe. 4 hours. And that's this person's name before y'all start thinking we're gonna clear the air. There it is. 4 hours. We've been here for 4 hours. What's that right there? What's that right there? So that's the good stuff. But anything you guys want to know about anything that I offer, that I have, I have the tools that I have that have been so helpful for so many. I want you all to check it out. I want you to check it out. I want you to invest in yourself. Don't be afraid to keep investing in yourself. If it's working for you, invest. Go check it out. Go look at it. Less than $1.10 a day. All right. 7 years ago for you. What was 7 years ago for you? Levi, I can't be reading your comments. You just want attention. Let me figure out who Levi is. Because we know that ain't your real name, Levi. We go. Levi says 7 years for me. What's been 7 years for you, Levi? So check it out, you guys. Thank you, Lola. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Levi said Levi's stuck on the shoes. But seriously, Levi, it's a message in there for you for that Bible story. Check it out. The story of Levi. You gonna get some insight. Because you do know as babies, we pick our name. No matter how we feel about that name, we pick that name for a reason. Despite what you may call yourself, because we can have more than one names, right? But we pick our name. Let's go clubbing soon. Yes, Doreen, we're gonna go in the club. I'm gonna open up the Oracle's house soon. I'm gonna try to get there this week. I got a lot of things I gotta finish up, couple of readings. Tomorrow's Friday, so who knows? Who knows? And yeah, 4 scores and 7 years ago. And I want to talk about sinners. I want to talk about sinners. Yeah. I want to talk about sinners. Yeah, we're going to talk about the movie Sinners. If anyone's seen it, I haven't seen it yet. I don't know if I will watch it, but I haven't seen it yet. But a lot of interesting things going on because it's Taurus season and we love it. We want to get all the gifts from Taurus. Make sure you're working in the womb hours. And yeah, high vibration. That's right. When we come together and love one another. Thank you for that, Lola. So beautiful. All right, we're going to get out of here, or I'm going to get out of here because I got to go. I got to go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Y'all like this kind of background? Y'all like this? Y'all like that? Y'all let me know. Let me know in the comments. Matter of fact, we're going to comment with the bull. We're going to comment with the bull. And I want you to share your 3 takeaways and do a favor, like, share, comment, and pass it on. If you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. And here's another thing, I've been asked to be a guest on the show. And I'm over the moon about it. I'm going to do it. When the time comes, I'll share it with you guys. But you all, drop a comment and let me know what show, if there's a show you think I should go on, let me know what show I should go on or podcast. Yeah. Mhm. Let me know. Let me know if y'all if anybody thinks. Leave that in the comments section because from time to time people will send me emails and invitations. I will say this. I don't know if I'm an ideal guest to be on somebody's show because I don't know many people who do what I do the way I do it. So I don't know. Maybe I haven't, I'm not going to say I wasn't open to it in the past. I would say I was busy working in the past. And you all, thank you. Let me know. And maybe let them know, whoever you think. On the Gail King, most definitely. Yeah, I would go talk to Gail. Me and Gail can have a good key about a lot of things. And I see you guys are putting up some names. You were saying the Brother Rich show, the Brother Rich show. Someone had mentioned that to me before, but I am open. I want to put that out in the cosmos. I am open, especially people who are doing good work out here in the world, because it is, like I said, it is a time where people are doing powerful work. And I am open to having people come on the platform to do a show. It is me, this is where I got to stop focusing on the bull, but I kind of wanted a certain setup to be able to do that because I love to bring people on and I have. Sometimes people are reluctant to bring me on their show. Maybe they just don't know how I would fit in with their audience, or maybe that's just not the work that they do. They'll say they'll bring me on, but it's only one that has actually followed through with their request. You know, so I'll put it out there again and see what the atmosphere is. But I am willing to connect with others and have that conversation on their platform. It could be that they're just not interested or whatever the case may be. I'm not getting into what the reasons could be, but I am open to going on to other show. But I've been receiving emails lately of people telling me, Miss Blue, you should be on this person's show, that person's show, this person's show. And so let me know. Let me know. And for me, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have to have a large audience. That's not a driving force for me. I could tell y'all a story about something that happened to me when I first started. Um, but I digress on that. I was interested in people who were interested in people who was doing the work. That's what I was interested in. It had little to do with, and some of the people you are naming, I've already had them as a guest on my show in the past, not that I couldn't have those people on my show. Um, but I'm also ready to, bring to be on other shows. I would love to have you on my platform. Listen, so where you been, King? I'm right here. Of course, I'll come on your platform. I would love to come on. And of course, you guys know King Simon came on my platform. Just let me know when. Let me know when. I would absolutely love to. I would. And one of the reasons is because a lot of times when we're here, I do a lot of service work and I'll get a chance to key about a lot of things that I actually do that sometimes don't only come out until we're in a class. Like those of you who have been in self-invested, you get to see that side of it. Or those of you who are um those of you, you'll DM me tomorrow. Beautiful, beautiful. Or email me too. Yeah. Yeah. Email me too. Sometimes that DMs gets a little crowded, but I'm gonna look out for it, but I will find it. And yeah, I think it would be beautiful to do that. I'm to the point where I'm ready to reimagine these different areas for me again. Mhm. I grew up being called Sandy. You grew up being called Sandy because of your hair color, Levi? Yeah. Mhm. I'm getting deja vu, like we were all here doing this before, because we done did this before, at least I have. At least I have. But yeah, so I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna be looking forward to it, King Simon. I would love to come on your platform. And of course, you're always welcome to come on here. You've been a guest here. And if you guys haven't checked that share out, go in the show notes and check that share out as well. So I would love to discuss and share things. Lola, Lola, leave. Yeah, yeah. So leave those in the comments. I think this is really great. I have love us chatting together, having fun, and still learning and still sharing and being able to connect our energies together. And again, if you guys did not hear the last show I did, Brother Aldi stopped by the show, and it was a true blessing. Who is Brother Bobby Hemmett's brother, and shared an update from Brother Bobby Hemmett, as well as, shared his own path and his own journey as well. So check that out. Check that out. That's really something good to check out. But we have crossed the threshold of 4 hours. Matter of fact, I am in the womb hours right now. So I'm about to go do me a little work, maybe get me a bowl, but it's dark. So I'm definitely going to get some blackberries, some blueberries, and some plums, and maybe chew on that a little bit and do a little bit of work. And I will see you all back here. Keep your notifications on, like and subscribe, pass it on to a friend. If you're listening and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. My count is sometimes I'll get like 20,000, 30,000 views a month. But many of you are not subscribing. I mean, if you don't want people to know that you getting down with the realest place in the galaxy, create a fake account. Come under a different name, but subscribe, support where you're showing up at. And let's keep this thing going. Let's keep this thing going. Well, I love you all. Have an amazing, wonderful veil breaker, focusing on the bull and not the knight. And Leslie, if you stayed here and you listened to the whole entire things, then whether you're listening now in the present or you are coming from the past or you were in the future and you're returning to the time such as now, then what I want you to do is to leave a little bull and share your takeaways at the end. Thank you, Kenny. Kenny said, powerful share, real life changing. I'm a Taurus, discovering who I am. Thank you, Ms.Blue. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I've been watching Bobby for the past 2 weeks. Well, beautiful, babe. Beautiful. All right, everybody. We're going to get out of here because we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. I love you all. Oracle kisses, peace and love, soul family. I will see you in the cosmic streets. All right. Remember everything that we talked about. Go back and listen to the beginning so you can hear all of that good, juicy stuff. Thank you so much, Jawanza. Did I say it right? Jawanza, Earth Angel Goddess Oracle, has a good platform. Oh, you telling me about somebody else. I just seen Oracle. I thought you meant me. But hey, I'm glad Earth Angel Goddess has a great platform. Shouts out to all the oracles. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Oh, Sheila. All right, y'all. We're going to go. We're going to go. I was going to play some music, but, we just going to get out of here. We just going to get out of here. Peace and love. Peace and love, child. Oh, gotta wait to it. Wait to the clock tick. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Peace and love. Ciao.